anything to go back home to. I didn't live with my family anymore. I was living on my own. Didn't have a career that I really enjoyed. So I was like, yeah, why not?
Trish, am I sending it to Moochie?
Although I was doing my best to be British at the time, so I said, oh, absolutely.
Okay. There we go.
Trying to hide that Australian twang.
Okay, guys, I think we're coming up live.
Thank you. And up to the intro.
I think we're coming up live. Yeah, let's just assume we're live. That'll work. I usually wait for my big giant head to appear on the screen. Sometimes that takes longer than others.
This is on the official?
Yep. Lotro
It all
stream.
looks good.
Can you see me?
I can.
I don't know. For some reason, whenever I'm monitoring my own stream, I'm always the last to see myself. Druid's Fire waves to Big Ed. Thank you so much for letting us host Corey. Druid's Fire, that is, of course, my pleasure. And I'm told that other people can see me, so without further ado, welcome everybody to Adventures After Dark. I am your host, Big Ed Mustafa, and I have Elder James and the Hunzinator in chat with me. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Glad to have you both here. Anyway, we were just letting the Tolkien professor run a little bit long. He was showing off various parts of Middle Earth to some folks, and it's always a delight to host him. I think he swapped time slots with Druid's Fire earlier today. I noticed that she was on early this afternoon when I popped in to say hi, and Corey Olson was running around showing off different parts of Middle Earth. So it looked like they were having a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys got to enjoy some of that. Sounds like he's basically wrapped up, and they're going to do a little bit more sightseeing, but not necessarily the parts that he was scheduled to show. So, Ring of Blood, Ring O' Blood, howdy Ed and all kin warriors of Middle Earth, and hello to you. Anyway, Druid's Fire, happy to accommodate you, so hopefully you can stick around, or if you're still hanging out with the Signum U gang, understand that completely as well. Tonight, we have little Ed Mustafa, who we've been working through Western Rohan, and we are in Underharrow. So, Elder James, have you ever been through Western Rohan?
I very recently got there.
That is fantastic. It is a huge expanse with tons and tons and tons and tons of quests. So, dollar for dollar, Helm's Deep is one of the better values in expansions these days. So, there's a lot to see and do. And I was actually trying to do some inventory cleanup before we started, because my backpacks are a mess as usual. I've got scholar supplies, I've got fish, I've got fireworks. One of the things that's new this week is they have enhanced the longevity of the dragon fireworks that have been given to 10-year players. So we'll see how much longer the duration is for this dragon shot here.
Are you wanting some company while you run around in your area?
Yeah, if you want to join me, you're welcome to. Would love to have you along.
It's a brandy, isn't it?
I am on Brandywine.
Okay. Oh, here comes the dragon. Oh, duck. Wow, that looks awesome.
It does look much better when with being fixed, doesn't it?
Dragon. Oh, duck.
Pretty cool stuff.
Wow.
And Zinger has entered the building. Hello, Zinger.
It does look much better when with being fixed, doesn't it?
Dragon. Oh, duck.
Well, they said they Pretty wanted cool to fly right And over your Zinger head, has so entered the hey, I building. can hear Hello, my own Zinger. voice. That is terrific. Okay. As many of you like to do from time to time, I've gone ahead and muted myself as well, so I can see why you guys all like that sensation. It is still talking. Make him stop. Rift, Moria, Norcross, Kingstead, Fangorn.
bleeding through on me, are you?
Hmm?
You're not bleeding through from me, are you?
No, no, no. That was me. I
Okay.
I actually had the volume still on Lotro stream because I'd been listening to Corey, and then it hadn't come up yet, so I had to pause the stream and then restart it. And then when it came up, I heard myself talking. So we are good to go. Eastfold, Beacon of Hope.
All right, Zinger, how you doing?
Collect prepared food in the mead hall. That's a thing.
I'm just logging in, and I'll send you a message.
Okay.
My turn is 105, just so you know if that's going to be a problem.
Nope, I run around with Zinger all the time, and he's 105.
Yeah, but that's Zinger.
Wow.
Excuse me?
So mean.
You want to go?
Oh, I'm going to get in early because he'll pay me back in some way. So. Called love.
Maybe you two could have a duel in front of the lead, and whoever wins gets to hang out.
Oh, no. Trust me, I'll lose for sure. My players.
Yeah, because hanging out with Big Ed is like worth fighting over. That's just a huge honor for everybody. Said nobody ever.
The winner gets to leave.
Now there you go. That sounds more like it. Zinger, how has your week been?
Pretty good in yours.
Not too bad. Although I have kind of mixed feelings about the anniversary scavenger hunt stuff. I've actually been doing the scavenger hunts and enjoying the scavenger hunts, but at least on my champion, they're rather time consuming because of all the travel and not having swift travel. So I have had late nights almost every night this week, and I have just been dragging butt at work. So I've been enjoying the scavenger hunt content, but not the sleep deprivation that's been coming with it.
All right, let me just grab a quick coffee, Ed, and then...
there is work to be done here. There is
I
work to
didn't
be done
recognize
here.
this area that you're in. I must not be this far.
It's a little ways up the road. Actually, we're not too far from the capital.
Oh, Edoras.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen it yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Big fan of Rohan.
There is work to be done here.
Yeah, it's beautifully implemented in the game. I mean, you really get a sense for the vastness of Rohan and the wide open plains and grassy farm fields. And I guess we can turn in-game music back on. Won't be playing too much Foghat tonight, not here on Lotro stream anyway.
Well, if you wanted to play music, they've got the soundtrack now. Chance Thomas did.
That's super cool. We're going to go murder an orc, because as I always say, boys and girls, if you're in Middle Earth and you're murdering an orc, you're doing the right thing.
What if he's a friendly orc?
How many friendly orcs have you ever run across?
In Lord of the Rings Online?
Yes.
I met one who talked to me before he died once.
Exactly. Best case scenario, they'll try to bore you with conversation before you have to stab them, so. Whoop. There's an orc disguised as a tree, apparently. That's a thing.
Well, Mazak wasn't really friendly, but he was also kind of a joke.
Which one?
Mazak,
Oh, yeah.
the Lord of Moria.
Lariana, howdy. Glad to have you with us. Druid's Fire, I'm glad you're at least spending half your time with us over here. So I got a couple of good shots in earlier this week on our friends All Up and Maiden. All Up showed up cleanly shaven. I think he was covering for Mort on Monday?
Yeah, Mort's been having some problems with his computer, but I think it's all fixed now.
Yeah, and I think Jerosi was getting a new computer set up too. So, but All Up showed up clean shaven, and I asked him in chat. I said, "When I told you I wanted to shave yourself bare, what on earth made you think I meant your face?" And we got some chuckles out of that. And then Maiden was talking about how she can't have cats where they're at now, and as soon as they buy a house, she can't wait to get a kitty. And I just replied in her chat that, yeah, we're not allowed to have dogs or cats because Mrs. Mustafa is Korean. And Maiden read that and started laughing, and then she was like, "Wait, would your wife try to eat a dog or a cat if you had one?" And I was just like, "Oh, Maiden, get out of Wisconsin sometime." I don't think I've shared that with Mrs. Mustafa yet. I can't wait to tell her that.
So these guys really do come out of the trees, huh?
They really do. I once broached the topic with my mother-in-law, and she swore up and down that only men ate dogs. It was like part of some festival. Like how we cook hot dogs on the 4th of July, they cook actual dogs for, I don't know, some holiday or something.
Huh. Didn't know that.
Well, I remember specifically, I want to say, I might have the exact year wrong, but the Summer Olympics were in Seoul, South Korea in '96. Does that sound right to everybody? Anyway, I might be off by a couple of years, one direction or another, but I understand that officials had to go around and ask butchers to remove dogs from the shop windows because it was disturbing the tourists. So that's highly amusing. Anyway, I try to be very inclusive and to welcome all viewers from whatever part of the globe they may be watching. And of course, we try to be welcoming and diverse here on Lotro Stream. I will only make racist comments about Koreans just because Mrs. Mustafa tortures me endlessly. It's the only possible way I can get back at her. So I do occasionally say horrible things, not necessarily about all Koreans, just about her in particular. So don't mind me.
Are you talking about the Olympics?
Yeah.
1988.
Oh, 88. That's okay, all the way back.
That was
96 was
the United States.
Los
Atlanta.
Angeles? Atlanta, okay. There you go. I was only off by about a decade or so. That's not bad.
And they've got the Winter Olympics, I think, in... Oh, wait, is it the Winter Olympics or the Summer Olympics? No, the Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang in 2018.
All right, Dunburg has been defended. He wants to warn the others. How are the sound levels to folks watching the stream? Oh, and you won't get muted too just for playing Chance's album? That would be good. Their spicy burger and shrimp burger at Mickey D's are awesome in South Korea. Ah, you've been. 5x5. I'm coming in clearly. I go back and replay the streams occasionally a day or two afterwards just to check the sound levels and see if I'm doing anything particularly annoying. If I'm not, then I go ahead and fix that and add something particularly annoying the next time I stream.
There is work to be done here.
Is that why we're here?
Yeah. No, not at all. You and Hunzi are delightful, and Zinger, of course, too.
Alright, for Elder, for the rest of the stream, I need you to scream and I'll whisper. We'll just screw with the sound levels.
Perfect.
I'd prefer to whisper. Just put my kid to bed. You do the screaming.
And we'll pretend like Hunzi's going through puberty, just
There is work
crack
to be
his
done
voice every
here.
now and then.
There is work to be done here.
We're assembling the warriors and watching the
You will
road.
help us, and do so. If not, be gone.
Look, I have to run around and pick up sacks and barrels of things. Yep.
Seems a little weird, doesn't it? Running around, picking up sacks with barrels and stuff like this. I mean, before coming out to Rohan, you were doing huge epic things.
Yeah, we always joke about that. It's like, oh, you're the one who slayed Mordorith? That's terrific. Hey, would you go clean up those dirty dishes?
Yeah.
We're excited to have you visiting, but we need that goat crap picked up, so you could go scoop that up. That would be great. Thanks.
I see, the worst for me was part of the epic quest when you get to Stangarden. I met Horn for the first time. He asked me to fetch his flute and his book or something. It still irritates me just a little bit. like coming in and being asked to fetch his pipe and slippers. I suppose when you think about it from a game mechanics point of view, all of the orcs they have to face with are significantly higher level than any of the powerful beasts you may have faced before. So maybe they're not impressed.
That could be.
Oh, you fought at Balrog. What level was it? Level 15. Really? Have you seen the orcs out here?
If you will help us, then do so. If not, be gone.
Yeah, that's a good question. Could an orc from the Waste solo the Rift?
That's an interesting thing. Maybe it depends on what kind of orc he is.
A barrel of swords.
Maybe you'll find a group of orcs arguing over whether they should spec red line or blue line to solo the rift. Your hobbit certainly jiggles that barrel of blades around a bit dangerously.
Well, somebody somewhere is probably taking bets. How long do you think that hobbit can run with a barrel full of swords and live? I'm not sure. I'll say 75 yards.
Dear.
It's fun on a bird because when you queue up, like picking up something, if you hit your stealth skill, after you pick up the item, you'll be stealth, but you'll still be carrying the item.
Oh,
And
it'll
the
just
item
be a
will
barrel
visible.
floating in the
Yeah.
air? That's pretty cool.
Have you seen what Gramp said?
More fun than a barrel of swords. Well, maybe not that fun. Exactly. Hey, Gamer Gramp, thanks for hanging around. Somewhere there's a barrel of armor I need to fetch. Not down here.
Barrel of armor is bound to be much heavier than a barrel of swords.
You can fit a lot more swords than pieces of armor into a barrel.
Yeah. Unless it's chainmail.
That's true. Say what you want about the men of Western Rohan. They know how to make a good sturdy bridge. Oh, so I can't go stealth after I pick up the barrel. What Zinger was saying was I have to select the barrel and then stealth while I'm running to it, and then it will appear floating.
Yeah. Like while it's doing the induction to pick up the barrel, if you hit the stealth skill.
At some point we will try that. I would be surprised if this is the last step and fetch quest I get tonight.
And I mean that'll work with anything that you have to pick up and it has like an induction to carry it.
Pick up a barrel of spears from outside the shop. Okay, we'll try it with the spears this time. Ally to the Ilorngus.
So, Maiden?
Hi, Maiden. Hopefully your ears weren't burning. We were just chatting about you.
Only nice things, of course.
Only nice things. I would fight anyone who said something bad about Maiden of Rohan unless it was funny. I must have just been a hair late. I tried Zinger, I really did.
Oh, well, you clicked on it before you started the induction to pick up the item. You have to wait until he's actually bending down and picking up the item.
Oh, okay. I thought it would be too late by then. It's a timing thing. And McVegan Pants is heading out. She is going to be streaming tomorrow morning. So be sure to check that out right here on Lotro Stream. Oh, I was telling the story about me making the joke about how Mrs. Mustafa and I aren't allowed to have dogs or cats on account of her being Korean. And then I was laughing because you were like, is that true? If you had a dog or a cat, would she try to eat them?
I see the question in your eyes. Enough words. I've spoken plainly and I have nothing more to say.
The only answer I have for that question, Maiden, is it just depends on how hungry she is.
I think those spears were chained to the bottom of the barrel because the center of gravity was well beyond the rim.
I did not think to
Toppled
find
out
any friend
everywhere.
on so cold.
Orc
We
sigils,
should
ward
aid her if
teeth,
we can.
talk to Horn at the Dark Door in Dunharrow. So we got to go scout that direction anyway. All of our quests lead us back this direction, except for traveling to Beacon Watch.
Just realized you were talking to Horn,
Yep, that was him.
my favorite Rohirrim.
Your buddy.
Did you hand him his pipe and slippers though when you were there?
I'm sure that I did. I try to be very accommodating that way.
Okay, I'm back.
Sir Garwin, howdy. Hi, Hunzi. Welcome back. We were just chatting with Maiden. I was watching Maiden on the TV in the living room, and I was trying to chat. This was Tuesday night. Using my phone, I was using the voice-to-text feature. And at one point, I tried to make a joke about Maiden hanging out in the Koreatown part of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. So she knows her Korean food. And instead of maiden, it typed mating, so it just made the whole joke awkward.
Okay, so...
Mating of Rohan is a completely different person, so don't get the two of them confused, or Maiden will pepper spray you. Here we go, we can saddle up for this portion.
Now, when you say pepper spray, you really mean just show a waiver pits it round at you.
That too. And there's Hunzi.
My pants! My pants!
I've got that on audio now.
Oh, you're still loading, Hunzi.
Am I?
That's what it told me.
I'm standing in Brie.
Zinger, do you want to run around with me and Hunzi here on Brandywine and get into all kinds of trouble?
Sure. I'll be a minute or two.
No hurry. Just putzing around running some generic quests on landscape.
I would join you, but sadly, my only character on Brandywine is a Hobbit Guardian who's still very low level.
Nothing that Gift of the Valar can't cure. Then you just become the world's most fragile 95th level character.
Ever again. I'm running around on the Shire on my level 101 hunter, catching up on virtues.
There you go. At least you're on a hunter.
I also have a minstrel too. I think a highest virtue is like 4.
Oh, I had something wonderful happen last night. I was running around just going from place to place, and I killed a warband in Eastern Rohan, and I didn't even notice it when it happened, but one of my awards that was given. I got the spotted hide upgrade for my war steed. Not on this war steed, of course, but on Arkenstone, my champion Galandriel. So that was very nice. You know, you think if you're going through an area that you out-leveled about 40 levels ago, it's like, there's no point in doing this stuff. And then you just happen to kill a war band and out drops a very valuable cosmetic upgrade. I don't know what that costs in the store, but it can't be cheap. I know all the Warsteed cosmetics were fairly lucrative for the devs, I should say.
Oh, it's Eowyn.
Yeah, what's funny is she's up here, and then when I go back down to Under Harrow, they'll be complaining that she's not there yet. Where is Eowyn? Why is she still back at Adoris? Oh, I didn't know there was a Vault Keeper up here. That's quite handy, isn't it? Let's see what all I can get offloaded while I'm here.
Do you have the Rohan fishing rod?
The Rohirric fishing rod? Of course.
I picked one up the other day.
Yeah, the world's most expensive fishing rod.
Yep.
It's like
175.
100 tokens or something to buy that.
Yeah, I had a whole bunch of tokens. I wasn't doing anything else with them.
Yeah, that's kind of why I bought one too. It's like, what am I going to do with these? Oh, nothing. I guess I'll buy that fishing rod for no reason. Let's see what else we can get rid of. We're getting into the inventory management right off the bat here, boys and girls. Little Ed needs the pack space. And he is an armsman.
Is that your personal storage or shared storage that you're looking at?
Personal. And then shared storage is mostly fish trophies. I've got pirate hats and pirate eye patches. Some Matham Hunter's armor socked away for no particularly good reason. An emerald shard, some wood. Oh, that's an emerald shard. Hooray.
Do you have a house to put your trophies in?
I do. And in fact, both the kin house of the 40 Thieves here on Brandywine and my personal house are very well adorned with fishing trophies. And
Don't encourage him.
anybody who wants a fishing trophy on Brandywine, just let me know and I can hook you up.
You should come do some fishing on Land River. Show me how it's done properly.
I can do that.
Grab a fishing rod, make sure there's more than 2 inches of water, and cast.
That sounds
Repeat it.
complicated.
Rinse and repeat until you get to 200.
I spent an hour fishing yesterday, and I only increased from 70 to 75.
Wow. Yeah. If you're in a harder level than your fishing skill entails, you'll waste a lot of time not getting your skill updated. So I think we talked about that either last week or on one of my personal streams a few days ago. Basically, the fishing relates to a crafting tier. Each area has a crafting tier with the resource nodes that you find, and the fishing will generally follow that. So if your fishing skills from like 1 to 50, you need to be fishing in the Shire, in Breeland, maybe the Lone Lands. Once you get 50 fishing skill, you can start catching trout and bigger fish, but you're going to want to stay in areas that are, level 2 to 3 crafting node providers. If you only have like a 80 fishing skill and you're out in Moria trying to fish, you're just going to catch char and bitterlings and minnows. Hi, Mrs. Mustafa. We're on camera now if you want to show everybody how lovely your wrists are. So I was just telling the story about how Tuesday night when I was watching Baden out in the living room, I made a joke that we aren't allowed to have dogs or cats as pets because you're Korean. And Baden laughed and then went, "If you had a dog, would she try to eat it?" She thought that might be true. I told him your mom swore up and down that only dudes ate dog. You don't really know. They didn't eat dogs in South Dakota, so my wife is not familiar with that particular tradition.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
You remember there's a beef dish called bulgogi, and when it's made from dog, it's called... Do you remember the word? Pork bulgogi is not normally called pork bulgogi unless you're trying to sell it to Americans, is it? It's called pork bulgogi, yeah. She says that's legit. Tom Floyd knows one of my flying buddies at the flying club. He knows the proper name for dog bulgogi. So if you get bulgogi in a Korean restaurant in America, you don't have to worry about it made from dog. It's actually made from ribeye steak, and it's quite delicious. 21 days to max fishing level. Yeah, you can do it in 19 or 20. I think 20 days if you do it perfectly. 50-pound salmon and largemouth bass is particularly good. Those are terrific fishing trophies.
I'm surprised they haven't attached mithril coins to reset the cap on that, the daily on that.
Yeah. 100 mithril coins to get an extra 10 levels of fishing in a day. That seems perfectly reasonable.
Why did I pull out my wallet?
Yeah. Gussie Moose would spend that, I have no doubt about it.
Greetings, friend.
Well, for a mithril coin, you can move me up the top of the staircase without having to walk? That sounds fantastic. She did that on stream, and I don't think folks have let her forget it. She still gets made fun of for that. But only in the sweetest, kindest, friendliest way. I'm going to have to swing by the kin house at some point and unload some of the stuff. You guys might get to see that sooner rather than later. Forge and Relic Master I don't need. Provisioner, Healer. See what Sidrak has going on here.
The Grim
Where's,
Northerners depart
where's
with
Zero?
Dunharrow at first light.
I'm online. No.
And there's Hunzi. Looking much more splendiferous than myself. We can send Zingrab an invite.
It'll take me a little while. I don't have Swift on this one.
Nope, no hurry. Hunzi's on his champion. And there's somebody over here to chat with. I see another gold ring. Bosa.
Men are still arriving at Dunharrow from all corners of the mark.
All the streamers are hoarders, Rihanna.
So are all radio control airplane pilots. I used to not be a pack rat until I started that hobby, and then it's like you don't throw nothing away. It's like, yeah, I know they smashed this plane to pieces against a tree at 80 miles an hour, but there might be some speck of wood that I need to carve out of its shattered hull so that I can repair or patch something on another plane. So I'll just save all of my crashed crap until I suddenly need a piece off of something.
Makes sense to me.
Yep. There's nothing worse than having to go to the hobby store and spend $8 on something you just threw in the trash last week. Don't go all Homer Simpson when that happens.
This road leads to the Grimmerberg. Why would anyone go to that haunted mountain?
He just asked a very good question. Why would anybody go to that haunted mountain? And we all know the correct answer. It's because you're teenagers and you've been drinking. That is the best reason to go to a haunted mountain ever. You're scared to go to the haunted mountain. No, I'm not. Hand me a beer. I'll show you I'm not afraid.
Plagued with ill fortune, a child may have followed Aragorn into the paths of the dead.
Like wow,
I did not
Scoob.
mean for it to go so far. If I bring you to the entrance,
Exactly.
will you enter the mountain and search for Elfdad?
Go and give us a zoinks.
Jinkies.
Zoinks! Oh, not good one.
Medium shoulders.
Oh my god!
Now that was good. That was spot on.
I will bring you to the dark door, and I will wait outside for you.
The ruthless dead.
The Dimholt Road leads to the dark door and the paths beneath the haunted mountain.
I like
where
these
the dead
slight
walk.
changes they made too,
If you dare
like
to go
vitality
that way,
contributions or whatever. Because I'm pretty sure my bird just got like a 5 or 6k morale boost.
Oh yeah.
I certainly did not have. I think I was like maybe 14 or 15k max.
Yeah, in the patch that came out, Berg's got, I think,
4.5
4.5
yeah.
now.
Mhm.
I think everybody who was listening got to 4.5, right? Or at least Berg's champs and hunters
yeah.
did.
Yeah, hunters didn't because their range cap. I assume it's because they're range, so they're in the light class now. I mean, they're not light, but they got the same contributions that the light classes do. But because since birds are melee, I assume they got a little extra boost. You know, since they're more likely to get hit.
There, Hunzy, I just swore that we would enter and live. And by we, I mean mostly you, because those dudes are all orange to me.
Oh, okay.
Stables wants to know what other games you play, Ed.
Hi, Staples. Or Staples. Staples 2. I play some EVE Online. I've been known to stream some Doom once in a while. I'm a recovering Fallout addict. Although my falling off the wagon is kind of a foregone conclusion at some point. I've been known to stream some Goat Simulator. And also occasionally some Candy Crush.
Getting my ass chewed here. Please note that a champion cannot heal or has very minimal healing.
Your champion can't heal? Sure you're playing it right?
Probably not.
Good job, Hunzy.
It heals when I kill stuff, as long as I get the kill.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Finding Nemo, only instead of does it just keep swimming, it's just keep stabbing. Just keep stabbing, just keep stabbing.
Yeah, my champs are human, so I got like the extra human heal they get.
Ah,
That's what
stupid
everyone
dead
told me.
people.
Everyone told me, you know, you should go human on a champion. My idea was to, yeah, I'm going to die too. We'll choose. Maybe. No, don't. Yeah, see, even I
What are you
died.
guys doing?
We're playing badly.
Not enough Horn of Gondor usage.
Well, and I was trying to be smart and do some crowd control, and we'll go back to that later.
Oh, you want to go back later?
Oh, we can. You want to go back now? You want to wait for Zinger?
Or what?
I'm almost there.
Okay, we'll wait for Zinger.
Hey, Rihanna.
I mean, not that I'll do much
Yeah,
for help.
Chug a beer, you two. How about if I just make Hunzy drink scalding hot coffee for both of us? And as my punishment for dying, I will drink a delicious icy cold Coke Zero. And as I savor the crisp refreshment, I will reflect upon my failings. Think what I could have done better.
You selected fellowship for this one, didn't you?
I did what?
Did you select fellowship when you entered into here?
Yeah, otherwise I didn't think you could join me.
Yeah, because I remember doing
It
this
is wise
when
for wanderers
I
to
did this
equip
part,
themselves well.
and I selected solo, so I did it on my own. I'm like, oh, this was like a walk in the park.
Are you doing okay?
This session now, it's like, what the hell? I'm getting wrecked.
Yeah, they're definitely playing to
Good
win,
stuff.
no doubt about that.
Huh?
Yeah, I think they remember you, Pansy.
We're getting a big thumbs up from Mrs. Mustafa.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay.
I finally made
Oh,
Hansi
okay.
disappear.
Awesome.
Oh, you did too. How did you do that?
Share the fun.
Mm. Okay.
With a stealth champion, there's no way we can lose.
Absolutely.
Or I'm gravely mistaken, possibly both.
So it didn't reset.
I mean, we could just stealth past this. I mean, I could take Hansi. We just have to stay close.
I like the name of your weapon there.
Oh, the negotiator?
Yeah.
Are we ready to go back in, fellas?
Yeah.
We'll
Zinger
go
and
from-
Sorry, Zinger, I didn't catch what you said.
Excuse me. We're both inside.
Okay.
Always thought it was a shame that you can't carry two as a two legendary weapons and forego the tricks.
Are we fighting or sneaking?
So I'm just knocking these two out.
Okay.
We can sneak if you want to sneak. You just let me know what you want me to do.
Zinger, opinion?
Whatever.
Let's try sneaking.
So Hansi, we just have to stay close together. We can't get more than 5 meters apart.
So I will just right click and follow Zinger. Here you
Where's a cliff when I need
go.
it?
That follow is a quite nifty little feature in Lord of the Rings. Good for people like me that are lazy. You can just follow someone and just sit there and watch.
Basically, the way this has to work, Hansi, is you have to imagine that Zinger is all up in you and that you're his scoutmaster.
That's
Okay,
gonna
where's the exit? Let me get out of this.
One of Walder's companions lies here, a victim of the dead.
The only problem is there's that little lag between, like me moving and you starting to follow me.
Yeah, that's all right. Hey, that was my leg. Careful.
I guess that's what the insert key is for.
Lariana, we are on Brandywine. Some of Walder's companions lie beside the unsettling stream.
I don't think your stream is unsettling at all, Big Ed.
Then I'm not saying the right things.
We'll be right there. We're Sarah Oakharting our way down.
Oh, you streaming?
Nobody's watching, so not really. If Big Ed streams and nobody's there to watch it, is it still a stream? These
I think we
and
could,
other metaphysical questions coming up tonight on Lotro Stream.
Staples wants to know if you raid at all.
Not much. I don't have much of a set play schedule. Because about the time I think I'm going to do something, Mrs. Mustafa informs me that I'm mistaken. So it's difficult for me to try to match my schedule with other players to do raiding. I don't often get a chance to do large group content. Although occasionally, if I am playing solo, I don't usually do it when I'm streaming, just because you never know how it's going to go or what kind of people you'll end up getting paired up with. Normally it's a very pleasant experience, but we do some pugging once in a while. Matter of fact, it's not exactly raiding, but I remember one night Zinger and I led some roving threats in where do we do that? Western Gondor?
Sounds right.
Yeah, and that was great fun. We had a good night. We knocked off all the roving threats in Western Gondor, and I don't think we took a fatality the whole time. Are we sure this is the direction we need to go?
Yep. We're basically just going straight now, and we'll find a little boy.
Oh, okay. It's okay, Big Ed. I stream and say that all the time. Good to be a liar in this case.
There might be one more set of things to go through, but after we get to the boy, there'll be we have to defend him for a little bit.
Next week I'm going to be giving kimchi soup a go. Try and make it.
I found Elfgad. He cowers in the court ahead.
We're almost there. Just doing a little sneak walking.
No problem.
Do you have to defend him from like newly created dead, or does everything in the instance come for you?
Yeah, Admiral Akbar says this is a trap.
I guess we'll see. I think it's just a couple things. That was a good one. But we probably want to kill a couple things here in the courtyard since things will be spawning. We don't want these guys to mess with those. So from here on out, we can kill these 3 guys in here.
Good luck.
Killing elves, though.
I get
Silly me, I
oh man!
There's a champion here.
They don't mess around when they hit you, do they?
No.
No.
Last time I got stunned and I couldn't go into hips because I was stunned and I died before I got unstunned. Oh, now I'm gonna die. Yeah. First rule of burglaring: know where your flops are at. I was looking for Hobbit silence and couldn't get there fast enough. I was like, that's not it, that's not it. Oops, I'm dead. I'll be right back, fellas.
Don't die until little Ed gets back.
I'm on my way.
Behind you, Zim.
Yeah, we might just want to stay back somewhere.
Maybe the underdog team should be playing as you make your way back in.
Don't even have any scrolls or anything for you guys.
At least it's giving me a good opportunity to eat on camera, so we are multitasking.
It wasn't a bonus.
Mrs. Mustafa has hooked me up with chicken salad sandwich and some more garden salsa sun chips. You have proven in your persistence to the dead, and they retreat wearily.
You just have to come in and talk to the boy.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Because we did the fellowship, there's a little chest here. I think it'll have a couple essences or something like that.
Cool.
Yeah, if you guys need a guardian and you're willing to escort me all the way there, I'm pretty sure my level 10 Hobbit guardian could help in some small way.
Oh, cannon fodder. Awesome.
You might as well come in as a chicken.
I might do that.
In case we get hungry.
Hey, that's just me.
Chicken.
Hi, fellas. Anybody loot the chest?
Nope.
I left a few. I'm doing my dance.
I think you've hit onto the best way of doing it, Ed. Go in with the party, die, and when you get back in, it's done.
And we're back.
Alright, tier 6 essences. Woo!
The good news is there's vendors nearby.
Reputation this day.
Did I say that out loud?
How's the Zoolander movie?
Oh. Yeah, for my movie watching, I generally queue up Oscar nominees and watch them. And apparently I decided to take a break at some point from Oscar-nominated movies, because this week we have received Andy Samberg's Pop Star, Never Stop, Never Stopping, and then Zoolander 2. And Zoolander 2 was so epically enjoyable that I fell asleep in the middle of it and don't know how it ends. So I have to go back and rewatch the ending later. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that I will regret wasting the time on it. There have been some amusing bits, but both of the movies seem a little bit weak on writing and big on cameo appearances from different celebrities. It's like, let's get a bunch of famous people to pop into a movie with no plot. That kind of thing.
Are you warm in here?
I am comfortable, honey.
I'm
She's-
just going to follow you. I'm just going to duck out a quick bio.
Ooh, there are cliffs nearby.
It's true.
Girl, you know it's true.
Oh, I came back.
I can't find anything to sell.
Yeah, I broke his legs.
Congrats. And the Budafist, thank you for following. Hope you're enjoying the stream tonight.
Whew,
I hope everybody's enjoying the stream tonight.
I am. I am thoroughly enjoying the stream.
You're not even watching the stream, Mrs. Mustafa.
I can hear you. That's
She's
enough.
basically just glad that I'm attention wrapped at the computer and that she doesn't have to
Thank
keep
the
me out
good
of
Lord.
mischief. She's been very upset with me this week. Been going around all the local colleges putting up wanted ads for nannies, and we don't have any kids, so she's pretty sure I'm up to no good with that.
Oh dear.
Girl, you know it's true.
You want to put me on follow? I'll take you to Huntsy.
Sure.
Ooh, I love you.
I know how you operate. You're dragging me right over the cliffs, aren't you?
Yep.
All right. The heck did I do? How do I mistype follow? There we go. Okay, I'm locked and loaded. And if Zinger leads, that means I can eat more sandwich.
If I'm hungry and I'm trying to follow someone, I sometimes type falafel.
Falafel is delicious.
Have a good trip.
You're not very good at this.
I did a bit with Hansi.
You're an evil little hobbit, aren't you, Zinger?
I'll take you with me.
All right.
Girl, you know it's true.
Are drive-ins still a thing, or is that a dead industry? Drive-in movie theaters are getting to be like World War II veterans. They're still around, but they're very hard to find.
Doing okay there? Okay, I made some tea, so if you want some tea later.
I can't drink tea on stream, or people think there's something wrong with me.
Well, there is
Like I've been
something-
replaced by a pod
There is
person.
something wrong with you. That is faux show.
Zinger, you're terrible at sabotaging people who are following you.
Sing!
There you
Yeah,
go.
saw that running into a wall.
Well,
Yeah, you
I was trying to stay on while you. I got it first time with Hansi, but yeah, you were tricky.
Going the wrong way, am I?
Yeah, I sent you off the cliff. I mean, I gave you a shortcut.
They just opened a drive-in movie theater in Austin, Texas. That's very cool. Staples 2, you want to know what I do for a living? Who are you asking in particular?
Oops.
ExxonMobil executive. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a hardware engineer at a data center, which is a really cool way of saying that I throw computer boxes in a dumpster for a living. But occasionally I have to do stuff with pliers and screwdrivers too.
got spare hooves. It's all good.
Yeah. You can't kill a singer. We have our lucky horseshoes.
Lucky horseshoes.
Are you still unfollowed?
Yeah, he's still trying to get me off the side of the cliff.
I did a couple times.
Yeah.
I gotta get you accelerating everything.
Lariana thought I was a keyboard QA tester. Yeah, I got to get a microphone boom. I tend to... There, I'll just throw myself off the cliff.
I'm too scared to do that. I'll die.
Well, the jump that I took you off, Hunzy, was the largest one, but I only broke your leg for a minute.
That's the beautiful about being free to play, fellas. Jumping off of cliffs and dying is the only form of fast travel I have available. I'm supposed to be getting orc sigils and wolf's teeth. I think I do that on the other side of town, though. There's a big grassy meadow.
Yeah, I mean, you could have done that while we were up there. Like, as you get closer to the what am I thinking of?
The Doors of the Dead.
Yeah. Near there were some wolves and stuff like that.
Do you not get the milestone skill?
For
the little milestone that you get after doing the prologue, so you can like save one place to travel back to.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I've bought a number of milestone skills. Where's there a milestone?
Milestone's up here on my dog where I am.
Yeah.
Because when you said you didn't have any fast travel, I thought, wow, that's not even the milestones. That is kind of rough. But if you can still travel the regular horse routes, right?
Right.
Okay.
Now, I have bought, I think, 5 extra milestone skills. Entwade, Galtrev. Now, Galtrev, I would have thought that I already had a Galtrev skill.
Yeah, you can get one by becoming super friendly with them, but you have to buy it.
Not a problem. I'm usually happy to buy it as soon as I can. I wonder why I don't have it.
Yeah, once you get kindred with the men of Dunland.
Yeah, I need to look at that. That would actually free up a... Yeah, I'm kindred with him. I must have forgot to buy it when I was in Dunland. Shame
Should be
on
under
me.
your... we can double check under your skills, just might have added it to your toolbar.
That would be about... leave it on for now.
Okie doke.
Thank you. Mrs. Mustafa is very worried about my lighting conditions. She can't believe how pale and washed out I looked on camera compared to other streamers.
So you need orcs and wargs, you said?
Yeah, orcs and wargs.
So there are a couple wargs outside, the other way out here on the town. And then there's some orcs in the woods right next to us.
We'll ride out and get this done.
Yeah, Wall Street would be good, wouldn't it? I'm sorry if you can hear my crow in the background.
You're okay. I just rode past a craven. I couldn't tell what was what.
Go on.
Crow's an unusual pet.
He lives in an
There's that
unusual...
magnetic tree again. Ooh, your Lingus scar.
Super exciting. All right, where'd all the wargs go? I think
There's
I'm
some
one
over here.
short. There we go. Thank you, Zinger.
Now we'll head back to town and we'll go past. and
Go
into the
find some of
woods.
those
Yeah.
orcs. Were you on with All Up on Monday, taking him through festival stuff, Zinger? Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Does it have a choice?
I mean, I wasn't pulling my hair out, so I probably wasn't.
I think Monday was when Alec was helping me do my year 1 stuff, because that's a little more difficult than you would think for low-level characters.
I guess there were wargs out here too.
Oh, there you go.
There's that magnetic tree again. I think I killed something.
3 of 6 on the sigils, 4 of 6. 5 of 6. I think we ran out of orcs. You didn't just kill a cute, fluffy, furry animal, did you, Zinger?
I had rabies. I had to put it down.
You did the right thing, then. You wouldn't want the infection to spread to the rest of his pack.
No, I just wanted to kill him.
Okay. Cue the violent femmes. Why can't I find just one orc?
There was another guy in this area, so I might have to wait for respawn. You, oh, where are you?
I think I'm supposed to scout the road to Helm's Deep. Is that over here?
Helm's Deep is the other way. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I know what you mean.
Safe for passing wildlife, the road to the Hornburg is clear.
I'm going to be uploading a couple of pictures,
Okay.
but it shouldn't be big files like usual.
Alright, bad Pookie.
Oh, I need to.
Remember to take a breath and bring me an extra Coke Zero here shortly.
Sure.
It won't be big files. It'll just be like 500 pictures. You know, one megabyte each. There's response on the works here, so let me get back.
Okay, I am on my way back. Hard charging. Hey, there's 6 of 6.
What's
Thanks,
that
fellas.
one?
And remember, Hansi, the more you kill, the
There is
more
work to be done
inventory
here.
management Ed gets to do.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, I actually got a steady
There is
still.
work to be done here.
Collect crates of tent sheets and tent posts.
There is work to be done.
We'll just
here.
point and
Haunting
laugh
the
at you
dead.
as you do that.
There's an orc cave in the White Mountains, apparently.
Yep. That one has like 4 or 5 quests inside, so
Okay.
it'll be a good time.
What is the reputation for out here?
There's 2 different reps for Western Rohan. It's Westamnit and Alorgius, or some such thing.
Yeah. You start out getting the Aerlingus rep, and then as you get into the later areas, I think you get Helmingus.
Oh, there you go.
Helm's Deep, Helms, blah blah.
Okay, I'm a kindred for both of them. And that would be a motorbike that's decided to just go past my house.
Outstanding.
Are you going to the cave now?
No, I think I'm still a few tent poles short, so I'm coming over here to the armorer shop.
Ah, okay.
I think he's got the last few, or I'm wrong, one of the two.
We'll escort you.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's no tent poles down here.
Oh yeah, there. If you head out the main, like where we came into the town, there's another little area of the town.
Oh, okay. With that red caparison and the shaggy hooves, it looks like Zinger's or Hunzi's riding around on a Clydesdale, delivering Budweiser.
That's the image I was trying to get.
It works.
I think you can buy an actual Clydesdale type horse, but I think it's like mega expensive.
Still money well spent.
I like how there's a milestone here, but this town's never used for anything else.
I have a question for you guys concerning Mordor and when it comes out.
Go for it.
All of the previous expansions have been available to purchase with Lotro points. Maybe not originally, but certainly eventually. Do you think it'll be the same with Mordor?
Yes.
I would imagine, yeah.
Alrighty.
I would be very surprised if anybody at Standing Stone thought it would be a good idea to devalue Lotro points. Let's make it so nobody wants to buy our Lotro points anymore.
I just wasn't sure because
Yeah, I would be
it's all this-
prepared to spend a lot, but yeah, it'll be off the look at points, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, because it's all the same devs and everything, but I didn't know if the policy had to change because it's a different company.
Yeah, I mean, financially, they might want to just, in God we trust, all others pay cash. But I haven't gotten a sense that's going to be the case. As an official Stream Team member, I have no extra information than anybody else does. So.
They just need to let us buy that soundtrack for Lotro points, right? Huh?
Yeah.
If you will help us, then do so. If not, be gone.
Boom.
You got a level.
And that's what 93rd looks like.
Have you listened to the previews for the album?
I have
Quality's-
not.
Quality blew my mind. I couldn't imagine that it would sound any better than the game music because, play with headphones usually. But it really does sound much better.
Nice. The Orc Cave?
Yeah, where the heck's that's up in the hills?
Head right back up, like where we went to do that instance thingy. Basically, head up, and then you'll be banking a left and looking for a little ramp up.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember where that's at. Plus, now that I'm 93rd level instead of 92nd, I'm just going to kick everybody's ass. They will fear me.
They'd just fear you. They wouldn't love you in despair.
Maybe.
Okay.
I'm a big Machiavelli fan. I want to be feared and loved at the same time.
I'll just take anything. I'm happy.
So that statue you passed on the turn there, is that a troll turned to stone or just a creepy
No,
looking
what's
carving?
interesting about it, there's no explanation for it. I think it kind of looks like some of the Woes' statues.
Yep. They're the Pukul men. They're the statues that the Roses put up to kind of like, frighten the orcs so they won't pass or something like that. No, they're kind of they're just like warding statues basically.
Interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't know what adventure is, Elder James, until you've had to try to make a Woes laugh.
Really?
Yep, that's a thing.
Okay.
Every rose has its thorn.
Oh my word.
It is pretty terrible. Give that about a 6 out of 11.
I'll take that.
That is Russian.
Kill it all.
But didn't you say the more that we kill, the more inventory management poor Ed has to do?
He's not wrong. The screams of Rohirrim ring out and pierce the air.
So it says to me, I'm too far away to attack. That's really interesting, that.
Well, you're a dwarf. You've got a short reach.
I'm standing right in front of the dude. Ed's done a runner from a single, so he's out of range from getting extra materials.
No, don't worry. I'm watching the radar.
I gotta say, it's pretty awesome. It's 2 hobbits and a dwarf doing this.
Yeah, I feel like I'm on top of the world because I outstand all these people. Like
A giant
so cool.
among men.
Yeah.
Hunsy's just excited to be the tall one.
Gonna say I'm just excited to be having the opportunity to quest with Big Ed, but then I'm probably blind.
Well, Lariana's asking if this is the 40 Thieves kin. By the way.
Yeah, I think Hunsy's got a 40 Thieves burglar, but he's not on it at the moment. But yes, Zinger and I are both officers in the kin.
So you probably have like 3 or 4 quests to do. There's one to pick up some plants, burn flowers, save people, etc.
Yeah, just completed splitting skulls. I think we've got all the banners burnt. We're rescuing some captured Rohirrim.
Look, I'm a ranger.
Oh, no, there's a banner over here I need to get. I'll protect you, Hunzy, because I know how fragile 105th level champions are.
That's it. Us dwarves can run fast over short distances.
Like Elton John saying, you're like a candle in the wind. Never knowing who to cling to. You can cling to me, Hunzy. Unless Ollup's around, and then you probably shouldn't because he might get jealous.
Or a disease.
Or a disease.
If I was to cling to all up, would he be all up or all down? That's the question.
Dear.
Let's just say he'd be down with getting all up in ya.
I'd use my sprint boost to keep up with you guys,
Yes,
but I'd get a case of chafe and then I couldn't walk.
that would be
It's
tragic.
not good for a dog. Because we're so stubby, you know.
I agree to laughing.
What's this way? Well, that takes us back the way we came in, probably. Okay, I'm coming back to you guys. Six of 8 on banners, and there's more banners over here.
Hey, get off him.
So these orcs who have some kind of dead cult going on.
Mm-hmm.
Orcs. When they're unsupervised, they just get up to all kinds of shenanigans.
They do. I am missing 3 of the 5 captured Rohirrim.
That's okay. There's another like cavern we'll go to that'll should have more guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I think basically these are like the orcs of the White Mountain. Like they're wearing kind of like skeleton-y stuff and I think they're pretending to be. I don't know. I don't remember what they're pretending to be, but they're.
Well, I just figured it was Orc
they're
Halloween.
Might be, yeah.
If we dressed ourselves like skeletons, we could just be asking the orcs for candy. We'd be good to go.
Oops.
I'm at 8 of 10 for Thelis leaves.
Son, chop.
There's a person back here.
Awesome.
There was an orc there too.
Hello, person. Run free. Okay, I just got my last bit of Athelis leaves, and I'm just looking for 2 more captured Rohirrim.
Yep. Now go straight. They'll be in this room, and then they'll be like the boss of the whatever this cave up here in this room.
Oh, this looks really fishable.
Staples would like to know if the 40 Thieves do raids.
Our goal is to do some raids. Our problem has been that the kin members have gotten very spread out level-wise. There's a few of us that are top-heavy, and there's a lot of folks in their 30s and 40s who don't play their burglars as regularly. So for us to actually get 6 or 12 guys together of similar level is very challenging. So we have done some 6-man content before, and we would like to do more, but we're trying to get a few of the folks who've fallen behind caught up with us. Ooh, a Rohirrim. Are we going up here?
Yeah, we go up. The boss dude's up here. I think you have the quest to kill him now, right?
Yeah.
Are you done the cave now, or what do you have left?
I need 1 more Rohirrim to set free.
Okay. Should be
And
one
then I
in here
think
somewhere.
I'm done. Oh. Nope, that's an orc.
Looks like it's a little bit deeper than 2 inches.
Look over here. Yeah, that should be fishable. Nope.
So you're sure you got the one up here?
I'm fishing.
And it feels good, doesn't it, Hunzy?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've got something's biting.
I never doubted it. Did you get anything good?
I got a char.
In Lotro, char are not particularly useful to catch. In real life, the char is part of the salmon family, a salmonoid fish, and probably quite delicious.
Did you get this row here right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. This is the boss cave.
You might have missed one in another room. I don't know. I don't think there's any other rooms in this
Yeah.
place. So just have to go back through a tunnel and we'll find them.
Okay.
There'll be one tucked away in a corner somewhere you haven't explored.
I have to fish this while we're here.
Yep.
I can't let Hunzi outfish me.
Lariana says that it's good frying fish.
Char, absolutely. And smelt are considered a trash fish in Lotro. They're worth a copper apiece, but we've got a Greek restaurant here in our neighborhood that fries them up quite good. And of course, most sushi restaurants will use smelt roe. Those are the teeny tiny little orange fish eggs that you see on a lot of your California roll and whatnot.
Got a golden mullet.
I got a golden mullet. It's both what I caught and my hairstyle, I'm happy to say.
Zinger got a golden mullet, and I got another char again.
That's the difference between 200 fishing skill and your fishing skill. You are welcome. I just have to figure out where in my pack the negotiator is. And we have successfully fished on stream. Look at you two.
Fishing.
Yeah, what we lack in raiding skill, we do make up for in fishing skill. So we've got that going for us. All right, I'm going to follow Zinger.
Right there.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
I guess we can go this way to make sure you didn't miss one in this room.
Oh, it's right here around the corner.
Aha.
This is the one.
Ooh.
5 of 5 found. I'll follow you, Zinger. Hopefully you know the way out.
Yeah, just gotta go through this room in here.
Now, for any of you who might not have played very high levels in Lotro, it's kind of a myth that once you get up to the upper levels, it takes a long time to level up. You can actually go from 95th to 105th probably faster than you can go from 40th to 50th. Definitely faster than going from 30th to 40th. So if you just get out there and work your quests, you can level very rapidly. Sometimes too fast. And that was Haunting the Dead that we just finished.
Ed, if you go off the cliff here and do your safe fall, you should be fine.
You think?
When Hunzi went off earlier, he didn't die. He just got a minute break legs. Yep, good.
Ha!
I'm scared.
You don't have safe fall. You should be scared.
Oh, there goes 11 hooves.
Safe fall is one of the funnest parts about being a berg. How'd you make out there, Hunzy?
You guys are running left and right, and I'm just jumping down the sides. And I still can't keep up.
That's all right. We're just headed back to Underharrow to turn in the last of the quests. And by we, I mean me, because I'm sure you guys both have these done already.
Yep.
Lariana, I'm glad I could be an influence on your choice of soft drinks. Well, there you go. Druid's Fire leveled up just by doing Yule Festival. Deathman, I hope you're getting some low-quality entertainment out of this. Welcome. Good to see you.
There is work to be done here.
Get off.
Well, that should make it easier to convince the Thane that there's actually orcs in the woods.
There is work to be done here.
Talk to Eowyn and Edoras.
Did you do your tasks yet, Ed?
I have not done tasks.
There's your board right here, waiting for you.
And one of the primary benefits of doing task turn in Zinger, it helps get crap out of your backpack.
Now, you're level what? 93.
Yep. So let's see what we have. I'm going to go ahead and sort.
Do you want any of those?
Any of what?
I just linked it in Fellowship. Burglar's Club of the Third Age. Burglar's Dagger of the Third Age.
No. I'm getting ready to craft a 95th level dagger one way or the other, so.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Okay, tattered skin and unkempt fur are both useless. Nope. Tattered fur. Yeah, so those are both useless. Ripped cloaks are no good. Yeah, it's weird. I haven't gotten hardly anything that's usable for task turn-ins around here. Got like 3 glittering sword sheaths. Shattered hatchets I'll take. That'll work. Yeah, I don't think I had any of those.
I think it's just one of those weird like level gaps where there's the items like you might not have gotten them yet.
Well, and the other problem I have is I've probably got a lot of the stuff in my bag that I haven't looted yet. Do you know what I mean? Pending loot. So, hatchets. We're doing our task turn-ins. Task turn-ins you should do every day. Lots and lots of benefits to task turn-ins. Including but not limited to experience points, item experience points, steed experience points. Plus you can get titles, you can unlock the ability to turn in more tasks, and you get cool cosmetics. And as I've mentioned before, if you do task turn-ins, 10 of them at level 100 is worth about 250,000 XP, so nothing to sneeze at. Very useful. And I keep clicking on the wrong thing. There we go.
Yeah, I've got nothing overflowing that I can give you that's going to help you.
Yeah, even at 93rd, I'm pulling 50,000 XP per drop, so. Oh no, that says 5,000. I just added a 0 to the end of that, apparently. Can do one more shattered hatchet.
mail in my cooked fish to Olive. I'm sure he'll get them in a quick fashion.
More importantly, he will cook those fish and distribute them to our kinmates in a hasty fashion. That's awesome. I had a stack with 1 Daleman's cram in it. Remember, it's also very important to eat your Daleman's crams, and that way you'll make room in your inventory for more Daleman's crams. Because that's important, too. Alright, let's see if I've got anything else that's actually useful in here. Unkempt fur and tattered skin. Should probably go ahead and just vendor that stuff. Or ripped cloaks that aren't particularly useful. Ooh, burglar's tools, level 88.
Oh, there's a forged relic master.
I think I am probably done with task turn-ins for now. I seem to have a lot of useless crap, as is often the case. So knowing I have a lot of useless crap,
It is wise for wanderers to equip themselves well.
Are there some lootable items that say they can be turned in for tasks that actually can't be?
yes, that is correct. There's a plugin you can get that will actually tell you what you can turn in and what's not turnable. But generally the easiest way to do it, if you don't want to manage a bunch of plugins or sort out extra things to install, the housing areas all have task turn-in centers, and you can just check by level. There's a board for every 10 level spread, so if I were there now, I'd be looking at the 90 to 100 board, and anything that wasn't listed on that board I could just go ahead and vendor, which is the simplest way to do it. And some of the stuff, like these ripped cloaks, those are turnable in Wildermore, but useless where I'm at.
Yeah, and like some items you may want to hold on to, even if you have out-leveled it, just in case you don't feel like doing the rep for that area. You can slowly get rep that way. It's very slow though.
Yeah, and a good general rule of thumb is, like, if I'm level 93, anything that I have that's in the 70s for task turn in, I can probably just go ahead and dump it. I tend to not fall too far behind on my rep. If I leave an area, it's not until after I get kindred with it, so.
I think it's just because like later on there's like a lot of areas that you can level in. So some areas you may not even touch. Like Builder War for some people.
Mm-hmm.
You're much more thorough than I am. I've got a lot of reputation to catch up on.
Well, as Zinger will attest, going back and doing it later is probably even less fun than just getting it done.
Cisterns.
Well, it's my main character, my champ, passed through areas like Bree and so forth before they had reputation. So one day I'll go back and wander through all those little dungeons to get it done.
Well, and what's nice about it is the early zones are the easiest to knock all that out for Slayer deeds and stuff. You're looking at 2040 or 3060 for a lot of those tasks. And you can go through all of Arid Loon in probably a couple of hours as an experienced player. It's not like it's a big time commitment. You can just spend a nice, leisurely, pleasant evening tearing around and getting all of those deeds done. Ninth Pawn, howdy. Welcome, welcome. Everybody say hi to Ninth Pawn.
Howdy, Ninth Pawn.
Hello, Ninth.
Hey, Ninth.
And in some of the later regions, the reputation tiers don't stop at kindred, so you'll have quite a bit to do.
Are you trying to trigger me? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I had finished Kindred with Minas Tirith, and after I finished Kindred, the next update they came out and added 3 more tiers, and the final tier, Celebrated in Minas Tirith, is 90,000 extra rep points. It just took forever. And then when we got done, and it's like, okay, finally, it's taken me weeks of repeating the same dailies, but I've finally done it. I'm Celebrated in Minas Tirith. Okay, let's check the Quartermaster. What can I get now that I couldn't get before? Nothing. There's literally no reward for completing this task. It was completely pointless.
Not to mention they made it, I think they, because there was a limit on how many dailies you could do, and they removed that later on.
Yeah. That was the thing.
Title, though, right?
Yeah. I think it was worth 50 Lotro points or something crazy.
And do you get marks or anything like that for it as well?
Not that I recall. Blotchy skin, tarnished swords. Taking my own advice and just going through and blasting out anything I have that's fairly low level. I also have a bad habit of not cleaning out my Athelis essences too. I'll have potions that I'll never use Copper Necklace of Kingstead.
Oh, I do have level 45 health pots. Whoops.
There you go. Hey, I've got a map to Hobnanigans if you and Hunzi want to go play Hobnanigans. I know it's one of your
Gee.
favorite things to do.
I only have 11 of them left.
You are a collector, aren't you?
I figure this character doesn't have swift travels. I need all the maps I can get.
Ooh, I still have 11 hatchets. I can go turn those in.
Good old Hobnanigans.
I have never played Hobnanigans.
You won't let me.
Oh, you should go do it now. I'll get on my berg. On my guardian.
I don't think it's running. It's a limited event. I know they run it once or twice a month.
Active, have you?
I thought Hobnanigans was on now.
That's Zinger's way of saying he doesn't want to play Hobnanigans.
I hope it's not on now.
All right.
I mean, if it's going on now, I'll do it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cordovan mentioned it the other day.
Thanks a lot, Corey.
Zinger's pretty sure that Cordovan was lying. We're doing pretty good. I have done 4 of the 5 Tedments so far. We fished, eaten on camera, done task turn-ins, and done a lot of inventory management.
What's missing?
The only thing we haven't done is crafting, and I can probably do that later.
Hobnanigans is running now, I think.
Yeah, it does.
Quests of Kingstead complete. And my fidelity is 11.
Look at all those maxed out reputations. Wow.
Yeah, that's one of my benchmarks. I generally keep a player in an area until they get kindred before I move them on. I don't always complete all the Slayer deeds. On a burglar in particular, that can be extremely tedious. But I'll eventually go back. The problem is if you get to level cap and you haven't done all of that stuff, you're not as powerful as you could be. So rather than lag behind at level cap, you kind of have to go clean some of that up and get your virtues up to snuff. And you get extra locro points for completing it. So.
What are your chosen virtues for your burglar?
Let's take a look, shall we? My burglar... Ooh, I've got a point to spend too, but I need 2 to spend them, so that's not a big deal. I have compassion. Looks like I'm getting mitigations off of that. Loyalty for vitality. Determination for agility. Also boosts morale and morale regeneration. Mercy, which is agility and tactical mitigation, and Tolerance, which is agility and tactical mitigation. So I think there's 3 virtues for each of the traits, or stats rather, and so I've got all 3 of those equipped for agility, plus some that give 1 for vitality and 1 for mitigations. All of the virtues are beneficial to some degree. Like I have innocence maxed out. Well, not maxed out, but at 15. That's my highest virtue, which is what I think I meant to say. And that has physical and tactical mitigation, but it's not quite as having the extra mitigation and giving up like the vitality would not be as beneficial. Although there's an argument that could be made looking at this, that maybe I ought to swap out compassion and innocence.
It looks like you've got another at 15 there on the bottom.
And somebody's playing Layla. Yes, you are correct. Idealism, which is fate and will and resistance, not particularly useful for a burglar.
Good for a lawmaster, though, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my dwarf.
Or a minstrel.
Quite
A musical champion.
Yeah, Leriana says fate equals crit, and it does. I think it's a little better than agility as well.
And while I'm thinking about it, we should take a look at Felony, my war steed. And I think Chromite and I talked at length about war steeds again last week. It's a topic worth revisiting occasionally, but it's always good just to check and make sure that you're using all of your points.
Yeah, his talk was very helpful for me.
A war steed's one of those things that if you only use it occasionally, it's easy to forget to go back and look at some of this stuff. And it's easy to get blinders on and just kind of not pay that much attention to what you're doing. And are we fish slapping now?
wasn't me.
You're innocent?
Well, he slapped himself, so.
Self-flagellation.
Proper fish slapping needs to be done while dancing on the side of a canal, preferably. The way the Monty Python boys did it.
The heck, I was going to look at one other thing. I wanted to make sure I had the right bridle equipped. I am in light mode.
Hey, if you have a bridle equipped, you're already ahead of the game.
That's true. Alright, I need to ride to Edoras and get Eowyn. You guys can ride along. Or hang out and fish slap each other. It's a short ride. I'll be right back. Zinger has opted for the open road.
Well, you should be done. Did you already do Middlemead?
I think I did Middlemead. I haven't been to Beacon Watch.
That's alright. Yeah, I mean, she'll head you. You'll probably be heading off that to the East Fold, I guess. Next.
There's a Westimate scout who's probably going to tell me to go talk to Gandalf.
Will you aid us?
I was not wrong.
It's okay. I'll just kill some deer. Orcs.
Just claim that you thought they were Stag Clan Dunderlings.
That's that strange orc with 4 legs.
I forgot about the stratagem.
So this is an important lesson, though. Sometimes this stuff may seem boring or routine, but if you have boon companions to travel with, it actually goes by nice and quick and is fun to do. So my advice is to trick Hunzi and Zinger into being your friends and drag them along while you do mundane tasks. Have them kill your orcs for you so it doesn't all seem so horribly tedious.
I strangely feel like a piece of meat now.
No, that's when you play your guardian. If Elder James joined us, he'd literally just be our meat shield.
At my current level, for all of about half a second, sure.
Those orcs look tough. Throw Elder James at him and see how long he lasts. Ooh, not long. Yeah, we should probably run away.
We helped Tally get into Osgiliath on his level 45 Berg. That was quite fun.
Nice.
We tried grabbing all the aggro. That's so. As soon as he got hit, that was it. One shot, bang, gone.
Yeah.
He went to revive himself, and I think he revived himself in a safe spot, which was like 11,000 maps away.
Yeah, you were level 45 in Osgiliath. We have resurrected you in Arid Luin. Congratulations. Have a nice walk.
Now that's well traveled.
Yes. I have to say, normally I'm a victim of the random number generator in Lotro, but last week was pretty good to me. In addition to getting that spotted Warsteed hide cosmetic, I also pulled a pick amount and got a blue horse, which is pretty cool looking.
Edoras looks awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and especially the mead hall is spectacular. And when you stand up here and you look over the horizon in all directions, I mean, it's breathtaking. It's just beautiful. I mean, I've talked before about how the devs have just really done a spectacular job with taking a 10-year-old game engine and just enhancing it, and stretching it to the maximum of its capabilities. And I mean, this is a 32-bit gaming client, single thread, and it just looks gorgeous. The graphics are nice and updated, and I've played in some higher res MMO game worlds, and they might look nice, but there's such a consistent feel and cohesiveness to Middle Earth. It's different from...
I need your help, my friend. I need your help, my friend.
I must say, I like it when it's storming, and if you look out on the horizon at the storm clouds and you see the lightning, that looks pretty bad.
Yep, yes it does. I've been playing when we've been getting storms here, and not been able to tell if the lightning I was hearing was in-game or in real life. They do a nice job with music and sound effects. The graphics are spectacular for as old as the game is, and just from a design standpoint, the whole thing's very solid.
Plus, they have a nice outdoor racing track right out here outside the mead hall.
Yeah, that's nice too.
It is the nicest mead hall in Middle Earth.
It is the capital.
So this quest you just handed in to Eowyn, preparing to take her people to Dun Harrow.
Mm-hmm.
Does that lead you to Helm's Deep eventually?
Yes. You must complete the quest Edoras in need of cleaning up or cheering up. Book 12, Eyes of Edoras, in Book 12, Chapter 6. Through the net before Eowyn's people can depart Dun Harrow. So there must be something I'm missing.
Yeah, you just have to. How much? You just kind of have to go ahead through the area, and the epic will catch up, and then you have to do part of the epic, and then come back to her.
Okay.
As far as I know, I think that's how it works.
Well, I'm trying to think what... I don't know I've got anything flagged that I need to go do, is why I'm kind of reading the quest text and trying to figure it out. The only other thing I've got the Whisper of Death, which is more the Road to Gondor than anything else. I don't know if I see anything...
Oh, what's your epic up to?
Volume 4, Book 1, or Volume 3, Book 9.
I won't even tell you about my epic books.
You got Volume 3, Book 12 as well.
And Volume 3, Book 12. Oh, that looks like it might be relevant. Talk to Horn at the Dark Door in Dun Harrow.
Lariana suggests Lotro Wiki and a fresh bottle of Coke Zero.
Both excellent suggestions.
Okay, it's the Horn at the Dark Door. That's the one that you would be on now.
Oh, okay.
And that was all the way back where we were.
Yeah, that's going to be just a bit of a ride.
The rest of it, like the latest one that you had, is that heads into Western Gondor.
Well, I've got plenty to do out here in Western Rohan, so
You said you're on Beacon Watch now, I think?
that's one of a few. Let's take a look here. To the Westfold, speak with Gandalf in the Westfold. He's on the road somewhere. I've got,
I just mean like level-wise, you know.
Stone Beans.
Because Westfold's like the last area in West Rohan.
Well, I think the Stone Beans is northeast of here.
Northwest.
West.
Okay.
The
You can go
Stone
wherever
Dean,
you want.
I believe that whole area, if you, I don't quote me, I might be wrong. I think if you do the whole area, is it in the Stone Deans, you end up getting another trait point?
Yeah, and I haven't been to Stoke and the Broad Acres. I haven't been to. So I've got a few areas left to travel, but we can get people moved out of Edoras. I can go back to meet Horn and then come back and do other stuff.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I mean, like, you know, logically the way it flows is it goes to Eastfold, and then I think the Broad Acres and Stone Deans, and then the Westfold. Whatever you want. And, you know, like, you have to finish basically each area gets you a trade point.
All right, well, let's go talk to Horn and maybe we can figure out something else wacky and zany to go do. We could do some 3-man instances. We could try doing. Can you do 3-man epic battles?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have them unlocked.
Yeah, whatever you guys are in the mood for.
Whatever Hansi says, he is our piece of meat.
As long as Leoriana's been so kind to hang out and chat with us, hopefully this isn't too premature. I know he's just beginning to do some streaming, but I want to go ahead and throw a shout out, and it'll give Zinger and Hunzi a chance to catch me here. So if you guys aren't already following Leoriana, you should do that, and you can catch his stream. Ah, you're ready. Besides, you're like a diamond. You have to be created under pressure.
Better be ready now. I just followed.
There you go. Followers can only help you improve the stream when they're watching you. Like tonight when I went over to Gamer Gramp's stream and was watching him, I said, "Hey Gamer Gramp, did you know that the stream will start soon message is still up in the middle of your screen?" And he went, "Oh, thanks, Big Ed," and took it down. Or like when I was still learning some of the intricate mechanics of OBS, thought I was hosting the 7 Hero and left a 3-hour chair stream going. I think it was Zinger and Eldolith who were both messaging me going, "Hey dumbass, you left your camera on." What? Okay.
Well, that was a quality chair stream, though.
It was. Very high quality. I have discovered Dimholt.
Didn't the chair get partnered and start its own stream?
Yeah, I've been pretty upset ever since my chair has doubled the follow count that I got, so... Although having watched my chair stream, I have to admit it is a much better quality stream. Deathman would agree.
And beyond are the paths where the dead are said to walk.
Alright, now we can go back to Ellen. Druid's Fire's thrown out the chair stream hype. Thank you for that, Druid's Fire.
Yeah, they don't seem to get the dropped frames or anything like normal streamers do when the chairs stream.
Well, I think Chromite has told my chair some OBS setup secrets that he won't share with me. My chair won't tell me either, so I just do the best I can. I hear Mrs. Mustafa moving about. I don't know if she's grabbed me a fresh Coke Zero or not.
How goes it?
We were just discussing my dire shortage of fresh, cold, refreshing Coke Zero. Seems to be a big concern amongst the viewership, too. They're all saying that I look parched.
Dire.
Yeah. Also, they're disappointed that you're not here feeding me so I can ride without having to stop. Oh, the night I was streaming and I couldn't get my camera working because it was unplugged and I hadn't noticed. I was streaming and all of a sudden you started hearing this clanking sound, and Mrs. Mustafa had brought Korean food home for dinner, and she left the bowl sitting here and I wasn't eating it, so she stood here by my desk and was like hand feeding me forkfuls of Korean barbecue. And Chromite was like, "What is that clanking sound?" I'm like, "My wife is hand feeding me, and that's the sound of the fork hitting the side of the bowl." It's like I said, it's not like I'm her Svengali and she just lives to serve me. It's more like I'm her pet. She likes to feed me and dress me up in little outfits and scold me when I'm bad. No. Do not walk on the living room floor with shoes on. I said no. And then she hits me with a rolled up newspaper if I don't listen. That is actually what's going on.
At least you didn't get the frying pan.
That's true.
What you brought me? Are these teeth?
Then she might accompany that with you need some more iron in your diet.
It's a very serious concern.
We have delivered the message. It is now time to move on to the next stage of our duty.
He said duty.
For us to travel to the home he left behind.
I could comment on that.
Actually, Mrs. Mustafa just bought a rolling pin. She was out thrifting the other day, and she's like, I bought a rolling pin. I'm not sure what for, though. She never cooks or bakes, so I figured it was to whack me with. Wouldn't be surprised. Travel to the entrance of Aldberg. And that is a long ride, if I remember. If I didn't have to ride all the way around Edoras, it wouldn't be too bad, but I do. So. Getting a weird hitch in my war steed, too. Zinger, you still with us? Did you get bored and switch to another stream?
What now?
Never mind, go back to sleep.
I didn't know you were streaming.
Me neither. I forgot.
You don't have to ride around Edoras. You can go right through it.
Oh, that's true.
Or I don't know where you want to go next.
Well, and there's a travel skill back to Aldberg at some point. I know my champion has it, but I haven't gotten it on Little Ed yet.
Unless we're going right to the Hobnautigans or something.
Where is Big Ed off to?
Aldberg. Although according to my map, it looks like I'm traveling totally the wrong way.
Maybe you should do some off-roading.
I guess. Where the hell am I going?
Oh, yeah, you're fine. Just go east.
Go east, folks are peaceful there.
You just have to hug the mountain.
Oh, okay. I turned too sharp. I need to be going east and not south. Okay. That's helpful.
I rode right by some ore.
Mariana asks if you have a waypoint plugin. Didn't know there was such a thing.
I don't. And I don't know, maybe lazy, maybe just old-fashioned. I generally don't run plugins of any kind. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but Lotro was actually designed to take plugins. I had played some earlier MMOs that were not, and they tended to be problematic. So I never got in the habit of using them because a lot of times they seemed like they were more trouble than they were worth. Not the case with Lotro. There's actually a built-in plugin manager for the game. Many of the plugins are very useful, and a lot of the players use them and find them easy to maintain. So you don't have to follow my example. Please feel free to use plugins. It's just something I never got in the habit of.
Plus, there's a standalone program that can help you easily install them.
Perfect.
Oh man, I think I rode right past you guys.
We're sneakies like that.
We're burglars. We should be hard to track.
Yeah, I'm a dwarf. I'm slow.
There's a warband right outside town that you can do pretty easily.
All right, that'd be fun.
Just so you know, Ed, I've only got about a half an hour and I need to head out.
Okay.
And enjoy my awesome company.
We have arrived
Stay
at
online.
Aomir's home of Aldberg. It looks... well...
I need to go shopping before the shop shut and get some what's it called? Protein powder. I'm working more upstairs in the gym at the moment, so I'd like to one day achieve guns as big as Maiden, and I'd be...
Oldberg has seen better days, friend.
Well, just remember, if you want to build a pair of guns like that, you're going to be willing to take the armpit sweat that she puts up with too.
This is true.
That is no easy burden to bear.
Okay. I had that. I don't know if you'll hear it on the mic. Did that come through on the mic?
I heard a little bit of it, yeah.
Hold on. Just for Maiden, because it's awesome.
Like crazy. Okay.
That's awesome.
Actually, if Druid's Fire's in chat, she should be able to comment on what the rating is like compared to WoW. She plays quite a bit of WoW. And EverQuest 2 and several other MMOs. Are you there, Druid's Fire? It's me, Margaret. Excellent fishing location right here in the middle of town. This building is in very poor repair.
There's work to be done here.
Now I go to the mead hall, where I just came from. So if we keep saying Druid's Fire, Druid's Fire, Druid's Fire, Druid's Fire, Druid's Fire, maybe she'll answer.
I think you need a mirror.
Oh yeah.
That's only if you wanted to murder you.
Anybody's going to murder me,
three
it's going to be
times.
Mrs.
Oh,
Mustafa, yeah.
Do you bring word from Edders? Is Eomer preparing
Find the
to
camp of
return?
craftsmen Arcel sent to repair the Aldberg city walls. They are right outside of town.
Now, I'm just checking on the meat hall table here. I think this guy looks like he's got ribs.
You mean on the table? Because otherwise everybody's got ribs. It holds the lungs in.
Yeah, on the table, they're eating ribs.
Awesome.
Do they have barbecue sauce?
Looks like it might be glazed with a barbecue sauce.
Oh, just another reason to love the Rohirrim.
Is the dog collar still attached?
That would only be on the Korean short ribs. Here's the workers in the camp screwing around, feasting and drinking.
You think you can end my merriment? Look at this one, boys.
Are we done here? Yep, go back and talk to Arsil.
Just come a little bit east.
Oh, is there more?
But there's a warband right here.
Oh, okay. We're going to kill the warband?
Yep.
Gonna do it mounted?
Oh, look, there's that magnetic tree again.
Felljaw. There's a Slayer deed for these bears, too. That's a nice triple whammy.
Those are bears with all the spikes coming out?
Uh-huh. They're like some kind of evil bear.
Do you want some cherries?
Yeah.
Nope, I'd like a Coke Zero, though.
They're called lost bears.
Mrs. Mustafa's trying to get me to eat fruit.
They're called laugh bears.
Bears are scary enough. They don't need spikes.
I think they first show up in East Rohan. I think is when they introduced them.
Yeah, I'm a
They
little freaked
introduced-
out because the last
like
3
Yogi
episodes
Bear.
of Murder, She Wrote, I'm not familiar with. They're from season 8.
Wow. Mrs. Mustafa has tripped across some season 8 episodes of Murder, She Wrote that aren't that familiar to her.
Never before seen.
She's probably seen them. What she'll do is she'll queue up an episode and fall asleep in front of it and then go back and rewatch it and then fall asleep. And she has to see it like 20 times before she gets to see the whole episode. She's fairly narcoleptic in that regard.
All the best TV shows put you to sleep.
Zoolander 2 knocked me out this afternoon. Although in all fairness, like I said, I've been pretty sleep deprived thanks to the anniversary scavenger hunts.
Go out into the Everhall to look for this missing wagon.
We have to find a missing wagon. Is there a Cherry Coke Zero? There is a Cherry Coke Zero. It's fairly popular. Unfortunately for me, I think I was 15 at the time. I got my hands on some 80 proof sloe gin and mixed it with Pepsi and thought it was very tasty and drank all 16 shots worth in about 90 minutes. And as sick as I was the next day, I've not been able to drink cherry cola since. So that was, let's just say that was a while ago. Oh, training dummies. Those might be useful for somebody.
Why would you call me that?
No, you're the blocking dummy or the meat shield, not the training dummy.
I think there's a raid war band going up back around here somewhere. I could be wrong. I don't know. It was like the Great Boar or something. But oh, they got a scion of the Great Boar.
Sorry, what was that, Zinger?
There's a raid war band right near here.
Oh, okay. The wagon is abandoned and there's tracks leading south.
We can knock it out.
The warband? You want to do that right now?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's go do the warband, Hunzi.
Who are you hanging out with, honey?
Me and Zinger and Hunzi are going to go tackle a warband.
It smells weird.
Scion for the win.
Just kill all the boars first.
Okay.
And then you can do the boar. The boar only has 200k health, 300k health.
Doodle pants.
Oh, did you,
Yeah.
control it?
I thought we still had some lieutenants around. In fact, I think I originally had one of the lieutenants targeted, or one of the vassals, and
Nice.
there we go.
I'm going to the living room.
All right.
Aren't you warm in here?
No, not too bad. We have defeated the boar.
Nice. No, warbands are give a good amount of XP and loot and whatnot. A good time.
Well, I was bragging about getting my Warsteed cosmetic on my champion. Yeah, speaking as a burglar, I generally don't tackle too many non-solo warbands if I'm by myself. But yeah, when you got 3 or 6 people, it's fun to tackle that stuff. Alright. I am following the trail that leads away from where the wagon was found, and we've got a cave in the woods. So follow the track south to the cave and complete the instance The Missing.
Boss better not be a scoutmaster.
We have tracked the orcs to the cave of Berg Chapel, but will we find the captive craftsman in time?
The captured craftsman may not have much time.
We can't come in with you, so.
Okay. Thanks, we'll get this knocked out. The orcs are all dead, so I don't think this is going to be too challenging of an encounter.
Staples said he already asked Druid's Fire about the raiding. He wanted your opinion.
Yeah, my opinion is I don't know. I played WoW at retail for about 3 weeks, and as I mentioned before, I don't organize my gaming time that well. I don't do a lot of group activity. And one of the things that's drawn me to First Turbine and then Standing Stone's games over the years is that they're normally very good MMOs for solo play. If you play with other people, it enhances the gaming experience, but it's really not required to enjoy the gaming experience, if that makes any sense. And one of the things I ran into with WoW, and again, I'm talking at launch retail base game. I think I played a paladin up to like level 18 or 20, and I just felt stuck without a group. And it was like you'd spend 90 minutes trying to get a group put together, and then 10 minutes after you got a group going, somebody's mom would call them and they'd have to go eat dinner, and then we'd have to start putting the group back together again. And it was like out of a 4-hour play session, I might get 30 minutes worth of adventuring, and the rest of the time it was all either looking for a group or trying to patch a group back together after somebody else had to leave. So was excited about WoW when it launched, was really looking forward to it, and I didn't even finish my 30-day free trial after buying the retail box edition. It's like, wow, this was going to be really cool. Too bad I don't want to play it. The MMOs that I generally stick with are games that can be enjoyed with or without grouping. I was wondering why there wasn't anything in here. I have to come back all the way to Horn. Search the tunnels of Berg Chapol for the missing craftsman. He will delay any pursuit. More dead orcs. So that's just my take. I mean, I can't sit here and criticize the world's most popular MMO with any legitimacy. Like I said, I only played it for 3 weeks. I hear raised voices from further ahead, but cannot make out any words. So I don't do a lot of raiding. Don't have much of an opinion about it. I know that it's popular with a segment of the Lotro community, and to the best of my knowledge, most of the people that I know who raid in Lotro have raided in WoW and have played other MMOs and seem to like the raiding system here, so I suspect that it's good. But I have a pretty biased opinion of the game. It's Nona. I will tell you the story of how Korudan and I came to be here, little Ed Mustafa. But not just now. Let the tale wait until we are in the sunlight again. We've slain many orcs to free the people. And we're going to wait for Horn. So that's, I mean, my opinion's pretty uneducated. Ooh, orcs. It was a great victory.
There was never any doubt.
And I just got teleported all the way back to Aldberg, so...
Tell Arthur what we have accomplished. Then we
Good
should
old
return to
Horn.
England.
It is good to see you again. It was a happy meeting.
It is good to see you again.
We've done that warband, haven't we, Zinger?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ran back to it and killed a guy and started it. And so I aggroed the whole warband again. So I ran over to you and flopped, but it didn't attack you.
That's all good. They had the I think they had the milestone cooldown and the travel skill cooldown on special the other month. Tully was telling me about it. So I think like I've got the Oldberg when you get continued with that faction, you can get the teleport for it. I think it's a 5-minute cooldown I've got now.
Oh yeah.
Return now to Edoras.
Which is pretty handy.
With my good wishes.
Talk to Horn by the Barrows. Book 12, Chapter 5. Okay, I'm writing for Edoras.
You're writing for Edoras.
It's something to do.
Unless you wanted to do Beacon Watch now.
Speak and watch nearby?
It's in the same area.
Okay.
Beacon Watch east.
Well, that's a good
Do
suggestion then.
whatever you want.
Oh yeah, it's actually closer than Edoras. 1,200 meters. We ride for Beacon Watch. Did that sound epic enough? We ride for Beacon Watch. We ride for Beacon Watch, yay!
Yeah, that was better. The Kermit the Frog sounding one. With a little cheer at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I might leave you guys there for a bit. I don't know how long you're going to be streaming for, Ed. Should only be about half an hour-ish or so.
Alright.
So,
Yeah, you might catch me still on.
yeah.
Have a good run to the store, drive safe, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, if you want to boot me from the fellowship, that's fine. Or I can boot myself. I'm pretty good at that.
Well, I was going to say, when you log off, you'll probably drop.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you when I get back.
Okay, cool.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Those little moments where everything stops and then you sort of rubber band back into position.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's caused by it being a 32-bit client and RAM issues, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's the let's just say they've done a lot of optimization work to try to get mounted combat smoothed out. I remember when they first introduced it. For one thing, I had a pretty hot setup at the time, and I ended up having to significantly upgrade my video card to get it to work. But yeah, from a technical standpoint, it's been challenging, and it's a lot better than it ever has been. But hey, it's Beacon Watch.
I think it's actually caused by all the players playing Hobnauticans.
That could be. Zinger's pretty sure that if they just banned Hobnanigans, everything would be silky smooth.
And deleted the champion class.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's the hunter that has to go, not the champion. Come on.
Yep, pew-pews must die.
What brings you to these lands? Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Hashtag triggered.
Ariana says they should replace Hobnanigans with chicken mini golf.
That would be fun.
It would be. I don't think Gussie'd be too happy about it.
Well,
I think you can get away with chickens, you know. They're not in the same family quite.
Well, Hobnanigans, you kick chickens about anyway, don't you?
it's like chicken field hockey or something.
Now, if it was like Moosehead, you know, golf.
Sorry, I just had that scene from The Godfather in my head, only with a orc in the bed and like a moose's head instead of a horse's head.
Nobody wants to wake up with an orc head in their bed. That would just be unpleasant. I think Beacon Watch Tavern is one of the places you have to drink a beer for the scavenger hunts, isn't it? Sounds right. That's my story anyway. I will ride the mighty war goat of doom up the hill.
That's right. This is the place where if you go out this this entrance here, you end up in the Beacon Hills.
Oh, this has a shortcut to
Far Norian, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Ah, this guy.
I'm just going to stare out my window. It's like the old neighbor guy who wants to make sure that the neighbor kids aren't walking in his yard.
Edna! Edna! Get off my lawn.
Just the neighbors have closed the curtains again. What do you think they're up to in there?
Yeah, exactly.
Our mission is dire.
Witchcraft.
Will you aid
Those
the
kids are throwing that ball around. If it comes over the fence again, I'm having it. It's mine.
Looks like I've got session play, Zinger.
What did he do?
Fulcra the Hunter?
Hey. Some session play is really awesome.
I don't recall being wowed by this session play, but we'll see.
I recently did Boromir's Last Stand, or I'm not sure what the session play is called. But wow, it's my favorite character. It's my favorite scene where he, you know, overcomes his issues to do the right thing.
Oh, Boromir.
He made one mistake. He went out into the woods without a runekeeper.
Well, he's a captain, isn't he? So, you know, probably thought he could do it all.
He can't res himself.
Oh, look, Ed plays a warden.
Find the trail of the boar of Everholt. Okay. I think it's right up the river, if I remember. Spoiler alert.
You have a warden, or not?
Yeah, no, ward marching on Crick Hollow.
Ah, okay.
I hate to say it, I enjoy playing him, but I don't do it that often because other wardens are like, dude, you totally suck at warden, and it's like, really?
Not really got a whole lot of armor on.
Well, it's session play.
It's a warden, they don't need armor.
Maybe it's the band. It's all on the band. Blocks things with that band on his arm.
Does anybody see a giant boar somewhere that I'm supposed to be attacking? I do not.
You find
There
it
he
yet?
is.
Gotcha.
It's one of your skills, not a sensing skill, maybe? Or...
I only have 4. Powerful Spear Strike. Spear Strike. Shield Bash. Puncturing Blow. And none of them are usable ranged. Yeah, Coldfells, if you guys have access to my Discord chat, if you scroll up a little bit, Coldfell's Warden sent me a Warden Gambit chart of combos to use for maximum damage. And I think it was his chart that I looked at it and I went, if I have to remember all of that to play my Warden, I'm not playing my Warden, and I haven't hardly touched him ever since. But I've got a Warden that's like, I don't know, 55th level. I enjoy the class.
You haven't touched Coldfells or the chart? Or your Warden?
No, I try to touch Coldfells whenever I can. It's just that my own Warden I haven't touched.
Wow, this is complicated.
What, touching Coldfells?
No, the Warden Gambits that Ed was talking about.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
I just started playing a Warden in my, when I get a bit tired of doing my main. Maybe I'll retire him early.
Like, I don't really play mine much. I have one capped out. It's like you're not going to use every single gambit, so, if you end up focusing on, 5 or 6 gambits that seem to do the job for you, then that's all you need to know. And some of them, like, kind of flow, so, you might do, like, 1, 2, 3, then you'll do 1, 2, 3, 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And that's kind of like a chain of gambits that does a nice bleed.
Oh, Sir Garwin suggested I try changing my stance for range. Since that was just a quick instance play, I'm pretty sure I didn't have multiple stances to use, so I just had to go stab the boar.
I think there's like 40 odd.
We have cracked open a fresh, crisp, and delicious Coke Zero. Not an official stream sponsor yet, but maybe someday. But yeah, if you just learn the basic gambits, they're not that hard to put together. Like Zinger said, you kind of learn your favorites. You basically need 1 or 2 chains for solo attack, 1 or 2 easy maneuvers for healing, and then 1 or 2 AoE attacks. And you can pretty much go tear it up.
Worst comes to worst, you just jab random buttons and then hit 4 and it'll do something.
Mm-hmm.
I take it the numbers next to these are like the levels that they get unlocked for your use?
Sure, let's go with that. I don't have the chart up in front of me, so I'm like, all
Or
right.
It says a 1 or 2 or 3, that's like the combo that you would use.
Yeah, the actual dots themselves, as like 1, 3, 1, 3, for example, would be Boar's Rush. But next to the 3 for Boar's Rush, there's a number 44. So I guess that unlocks at level 44.
Probably, yeah.
The more I stare at it, the more intimidated I feel.
Yeah, and I should have warned you not to look at the chart. I mean, like I said, it has the opposite effect. It's like, here, study this chart and you can play the Warden really well. And it's like, yeah, it just makes me not want to play Warden.
I don't understand all the symbols.
Can I have a moment of your time? welcome.
Look
Stay a
away.
moment and speak with me.
But no, I'm starting to understand how it works.
Yeah.
So, for example, shield tactics would be 2-3-1-2, and presumably you have access to it at level 68. And it's got a swirly purple thing stance effect, and a grenade in a stop sign, or whatever that symbol is, and some kind of arrow. So that's probably good.
Yeah. So Torshan is just delighted at the fresh, crisp Coke Zero being opened. Alarm, alarm, Coke Zero hater, chug up.
Playing a warden is a lot like opening the Ark of the Covenant. It just, it just spirals out of control.
Yeah, you end up with your face melted before you know what's going on.
See, Boar's Rush looks good because it seems to have a lot more symbols next to it than a lot of the other skills.
Yeah, it's pretty good, I think. I think it has a chance to stun, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. That's, I know that is 1313.
1313, yes. And if the stun is the swirly purple thing, then it certainly does.
There you go. I always joke that playing a warden is like learning how to dance, because it's 1-3-1, 2-3-1, 1-3-1. Only instead of dancing,
Yeah.
you're stabbing people with a spear. So it's all in good fun.
Okay, the thing on the right is starting to make sense now.
Well, and then
Increased range attack.
I don't know how I missed out on life tap gambits. There's some extra healing gambits that for some reason I don't remember learning as I was learning gambits, and then somebody's like, oh, you got to use your life taps, and I was using some healing gambits that weren't considered life tap gambits, and it was like, what? And
Life tap is in draining health, or
just restore.
Yeah, it drains your health and gives you health, I think.
What are we doing here, Zinger?
I don't know. I don't know what quest you have.
Shedding new light, call of the beacon. Go up into the tower and witness the view. Collect skipping stones. I guess we don't need to be out here yet. That's my bad. I was all excited to leave town.
You just got to go into the tower, and it's right by I think to the left of the meat hall, I think.
And the skipping stones are down by the river?
Yeah, that's out there. I think we get another quest though, like after you just go into the tower, I think, and then.
All right, and it says talk to Cuthing. Is that the wife?
It's the guy over here. It's the lady that you talked to. It's the other dude.
Okay. Really, the main thing to remember with any of the character classes is as long as you get your fishing skill up, everything else kind of works out. And if you've got all your virtues maxed out at 19 and your fishing skill sucks, then really what have you accomplished? That's the real question. I have seen the view. So that was exciting.
Yeah, I think I understand this now, except for the arrow pointing up, which I don't see a explanation for.
For which gambit?
Boar's Rush. I mean, I get the increased crit thing and range damage in assailant form, and the chance to daze and the knockdown and the common or light damage as opposed to main hand damage. And that last one there is increases melee tactical or range, increases melee damage, I think.
Okay.
But I don't know what the pointing up arrows are. Raises the chance of the next thing, maybe? I don't know.
I think it means that you're going to hit your opponent so hard with that skill that it will make you tumescent. Hence the upward pointing arrow. He'll whack an opponent and you'll be like, oh yeah. That's what that means. Or not. I don't know.
Oh dear.
Okay, talk to the Thane again. And talk to the lady.
I'm sorry. That was good. It's just the way you explain it.
You were like, oh, Ed's going to reveal something knowledgeable. And then I come up with, it symbolizes your tumescence. And you're just like, oh, that's not helpful at all.
It's just a fantastic word.
Our mission is dire. Our
Tumescent.
success depends upon our strength. Will you aid us? What business have you with the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim have need of your services. Welcome and well met, my friend.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to step away. I laughed so hard. My bladder's complaining.
No problem, I understand.
I'll be right back.
Hi, Bellandora. I do try to know fishing as best I can. See if I've got anything else to turn in. I'm guessing not. Damaged deer, ornate sheath. Yeah, I've mostly collected junk so far. Well, what were those? Unkempt and tattered. Something that sounds like one of those. See, I get tattered skin and I can't use that. I can use tattered fur. The tattered skin isn't useful and the fur I'm collecting is unkempt, not tattered, so that's mostly just annoying. Alright, now I can go talk to what's-her-name again. Thinking way too hard about which one of my horses I want to ride up the hill.
Yeah, my guess is maybe the task boards no more for level 85 or 95, so you'll find those items like near the end of this area and into the next.
I have completed Quests of the Eastfold. That's a happy thing. That raised my honesty. Was worth 5 Lotro points.
He is not a crook.
I got a spiffy new title. And I'm an explorer of the Westimnit. So I got that going for me.
Need your aid.
Our mission is dire.
Collect White Mountain cave entrances. Collapse White Mountain cave entrances.
I was gonna have a cherry coke just for you, but I don't have one in the fridge.
Well, find something to drink. You don't want to get thirsty. That's another highly valuable playing tip from your friend Big Ed Mustafa, boys and girls. Stay hydrated. You don't want to suffer from migraines or dizziness while you're trying to save the free peoples of Middle Earth.
And what better to hydrate yourself than with a nice, refresh, crisp Coke Zero?
You know, and a lot of times people like to drink adult beverages while they're playing or streaming. And it's like I tell my buddies when we go out to the sports bar and they try to make fun of me because I'm drinking Diet Cola instead of beer. And it's like, hey, you guys are the Nancy boys. You're sitting there drinking stuff that's all natural, made with like grain and artesian water and hops and barley. I'm chugging like chemicals and artificial sweeteners and stuff. I'm the real man.
Your river stone should be around here.
Yep, yes they are. And we might have to do some fishing here. Come what a line. You'll be glad you did. Do you know I haven't done any real life fishing yet this year? Seems like we only have two kinds of weather so far. It's either pouring buckets of rain or the wind is blowing 40 miles an hour. Also explains why I haven't done a lot of RC flying yet this season. I would love to catch a break on the weather. We're going to change out cloaks. Grab the old fishing pole.
30-pound salmon.
Did you really? Nice. Good catch. The niece and nephew just got out of school, so I should probably round them up and take them fishing one day. In fact, that sounds like a great excuse for skipping out of work one day.
Have they gone before, or will it be their first?
I don't think I've taken my niece fishing. No, I take that back. I have taken her fishing. Yeah. And I've taken my nephew a few times. She's 11, though. Plenty of patience for fishing. Had them both up on the RC buddy boxes, too. They've flown, they've fished. I've got a Daisy air rifle I bought. I take it with us so if the fish aren't biting, we can shoot our pop bottles and pack them up and take them with us. Gives us something to do. Big mouth bass. We're getting some trophies, yeah. Singer got his 30-pound salmon. I got a largemouth bass. Singer caught a flounder. He got a... We're hauling, yeah. Okay, if nothing else, you need to come to Beacon Watch just for the fishing. It is spectacular here.
Oh, I ruined it by getting a junkfish.
White sturgeon.
Yeah, I haven't gone fishing many times, but pretty much just, I guess, down by like the Jersey Shore or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I'm not exactly a fisherman. I think I caught plenty of seaweed.
That's like anything else. You have to do it badly for a little while before you can do it well. But
I think I pulled up like a crab, or something like that, or I don't know what it was. I was like, what am I doing? I thought I was gonna like come right up the line and eat me or something like that.
Well, this is how great of a woman I married is. Mrs. Mustafa on our honeymoon. We go down to Playa del Carmen, Mexico, and we spend a week down there. We did some fun stuff. We went snorkeling at Chelha. It's a national park where they have these spring-fed streams that feed out into the Caribbean. And you can snorkel there in the brackish water. And it's pretty amazing because you're basically snorkeling in the ocean, but you can like swim right up to a ladder, climb out of the ocean, and walk 10 feet over to an open air cafe and get like an iced tea and a fruit salad and stuff. And it's right near, I think it's up the road from, now I'm trying to remember, Tulum, the Mayan ruins that are right on the ocean there.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, and so that was like a half and half day. You go to the water, you go to the ruins in the morning before it gets real hot, and then you go to the water park at Chelha and go snorkeling, and you're swimming with grouper and manta rays and all kinds of cool stuff. Cave entrances are back this way?
Yeah.
Okay. And we took a boat over to Cozumel. We took the ferry to Cozumel. And they have sightseeing submarines. And we got submarine tickets, and we took a submarine ride around the coral reefs by Cozumel. You're about 120 feet down. So that was pretty cool. And it was just basically like being on a bus, riding around in a big van or a bus.
Sounds nice.
But our last full day in Mexico on our honeymoon, she let me charter a private fishing boat, and we went deep sea fishing for half a day. So that's how you know you got a keeper, is when they let you go fishing on the honeymoon. And to Mrs. Mustafa's credit, we stayed at Grand Puerto Real in Playa del Carmen, and they upgraded us to a suite. And she was so excited to have room service and get coconut ice cream delivered to the room at 10 o'clock at night that I don't think she cared what we did during the day. She was like, I get room service? Yeah, we can go fishing. I don't care. So if you're thinking about making a lifelong commitment, just ask the woman what she thinks about fishing on your honeymoon. And if she gives you any grief, you know to throw her back and go find somebody else. That's my advice. But we ended up, I caught a 3-foot barracuda and missed one sailfish and landed a sailfish. And then Mrs. Mustafa caught a 5-foot barracuda. It was ginormous. But being out on the ocean in a small boat, fishing in 100-degree heat with the sun beating down on you while you're wrestling sailfish, that can be a little more taxing than you might think. Normally the biggest thing we catch around here, if I get my hook into a 5 or 6 pound largemouth, I'm pretty excited. And we're heading back to town.
I don't remember where the Goldilocks house is.
Was it out here?
Yeah. I just can't remember the exact location. This could be it.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool, fun, hidden stuff all throughout Middle Earth. The Vorpal Bunny Cave. Is that in Eastern Rohan somewhere?
The Bunny Cave, I know there's a couple, I think. Like, there's one in the Great River. Yeah, there's kind of like a little hint in Enidwaith. Yeah.
And then, like I had to pat a cat on the head, and I remembered the cat lady's house near the Scholar's Stair in Bree. That's pretty funny. His only crime was standing near that skarn deposit that I wanted to mine. Could you keep the barracuda? Good eating? It was kind of a funny thing when we caught the barracuda. They were like, oh, you don't want to eat this because a lot of times the barracuda has a parasite, but the boat crew will keep it and eat it. So I was like, what? So the sailfish were catch and release. You could take a picture of them, but they had to be put back in the water very quickly. And I got a spectacular picture of the sailfish. It was, I don't know, 80 or 90 pounds. It was huge. And it was just beautiful. It was black on top with a silver body, but the lateral line across the center of the fish was just flecked with these beautiful violet and purple and copper-colored scales, and they just glistened in the sun, and it was just one of the most beautiful creatures I'd ever seen. and I was just exhausted from fighting the thing. Because it was the second sailfish that I'd hooked into, and I'd caught the barracuda too. So I think it was my third fish of the day, and fighting those things is not easy. But yeah, I think the boat crew kept both of the barracuda and told us they were no good for gringos to eat. And we accepted that. We were like, yeah, okay. If we want fish, we'll order it at the restaurant at the all-inclusive. But it was just a beautiful day to be out on the boat and to be traveling up and down the coastline down there by Playa Car. And matter of fact, it wasn't Playa Car. The boat that we chartered was out of a little place called Porto Adventura, Port Adventure, and it was fun, and the boat crew was good, and it was just as cheap to charter a private boat for half a day as it would have for us to go on one of those group fishing expeditions. So not terribly expensive. I think a couple $100 for half a day.
I think we have to go back out that way, and I think I know where the that little house is now.
Okay. My war steed is not good at jumping onto roofs, apparently.
Welcome, my friend.
Travel to the Boer tribe orc lair. We ride.
So if you go kind of deep south, past the sea and beacon watch on the map, that should take you to the Goldilocks house.
Okay. And what makes it the Goldilocks house?
People will say.
Okay.
And like the lair somewhere down there too.
Oh, that wasn't the Goldilocks house we just ran past?
No.
Okay.
Here it is. Gee, there are 3 bears out here. And 1 boar.
Yeah, I kind of brought the boar down on us. That's my bad. And is that... There's beehives out here.
A papa bear, a mama bear, and a baby bear. And the gnome for some reason.
3 bowls of porridge. 3 beds. I like it.
Little girl sleeping in a little bed.
No name on her, though. Is she blonde? I think she is.
Good time.
Are we going with a pirate theme tonight? Do I need to switch over to my hat and eye patch?
You can, I mean, this is my usual. I don't usually wear the tracksuit. I only wear it when everyone else is in. I feel like I have to blend in, because we're birds. This is my normal attire.
All right. Well, I will switch over to my hat, eye patch, and pink tracksuit. Because Shire Plum for the win.
I don't know exactly where the
Orc lair is.
Should be right down here.
We'll get there.
It's kind of nice. Some of the Hjorns down here, if you kill them, they seem to drop a lot of pretty much junk loot, but every now and then, if you're really behind on some piece of gear, you might be able to grab a piece or two.
Yeah, my biggest problem is I keep pulling stuff that's way better than my height bolt armor, and it's such a pain in the ass to earn the height bolt armor. It's like, I don't want to take it off yet. Cheers to Lotro.
That happens because it's that 85 level 85 jump into the new areas. A big jump sometimes for some pieces.
And I've got to keep moving, or Zinger's going to kill everything before I make it into the cave.
There was just one dude here.
Alright.
He deserved it.
This looks a lot like the last cave we were just in, or I was just in, I should say.
You gotta kill some things and I think burn some flags or something.
Yep. Boar totems. I don't even think those boar totems would make a good lawn ornament. Why would you want one inside your cave? I have no idea.
Like an emergency supply of wood for burning.
We burned 3 boar totems. That's scholar stuff. It's yours. I know you want it.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, I hope Ed leaves me that wildly underleveled scholar crap that I don't want any more of that he keeps mailing to me.
Now, I will report that Ed is not stopping to burgle every enemy.
That's kind of been short-sighted on my part, yeah.
But I understand that, you can't burgle if you have a full pack.
I think I've got a couple of slots. I'm okay. That's an excellent point. I should burgle.
It's okay. It's useless.
Well, I don't addle anymore either. I kind of got out of the habit.
Did you at least finish the deed? Are you done all your?
Yeah. I need to defeat the chieftain. He's through this cave.
Yeah, you just have to go through the cave.
You cannot enter the instance in a group.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I'll be back.
I couldn't enter either, so that's probably why.
Breaking the back of the boar. I go into ninja killer mode. I hear the beating of large wings. Looking around for what's causing that, and I have no idea. Oh, there it is. Sauron grows impatient with you, Orc. Our plan is in motion. The people of Eastfold fear us. Fear is not enough. They need to be defeated. We will not fail, Sauron. It's a fell beast.
What's up, Gussie?
Gussie Moose, howdy. We'll pick his pocket.
Star Trek Online is dead for Twitch viewers.
I failed to burgle. I downloaded Star Trek Online and I don't think I ever got around to trying to play it. I defeated Paycon. Collect the Greater Boar Skull. And there's a separate exit at the Chieftains, and I just popped out near you. Why are you showing in light blue?
Kinmates.
Oh, okay. It's like you're like 12 levels over my head. You should be purple.
I seem back to town.
Yeah. Yeah, talk to Horn, talk to Kuthing.
I'll do my best not to murder the bears on my way out.
Good call. Goldilocks and the 3 bearskin rugs.
I guess you can kill them all. I thought you couldn't kill the cub. Oops.
That cub would murder you and everyone you care about if it had half a chance, Singer. You can't hesitate.
Well, I don't know if that cub liked its mama or its papa better, but I hope it was the right one.
Kind of a Sophie's choice thing there?
Yeah, I kind of made a choice for it. I'm gonna say that the papa was, abusive, and I stepped in. I took care of what had to be done.
You did the right thing.
Ever since that girl, that Goldilocks moved in, things just got more tense.
That baby bear had been molested by Alabenya's scoutmaster, and the mother bear and papa bear were talking about doing an honor killing to bring back some family honors, so you saved that cub's life.
I'm going to late night.
Too dark, you think?
Welcome. Stay a moment.
It's fine with me.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Everybody who's
not technically fine with it.
Everyone who is watching the stream's asleep by now, so nobody heard that.
That should wrap it up with Beacon Watch. They'll probably send you over to Fenmarch. Unless I don't remember which one came first.
It's like that old saying, talk to the hand, only when you're in Rohan, it's talk to the Thane.
Yeah.
Can you help me with this quest? Talk to the Thane. Want nothing to do with you. You need to go talk to the Thane.
But that's right. I think it was Alberg and Beacon Watch, then Fenmarch. But there might be another little thing.
Rambavams, howdy.
Hello.
Gussie should have my Discord. Oh, she's in the kitchen, hun, on phone. I had a funny experience with... I was watching All Up on the TV in the living room a couple weeks ago and trying to figure out how best to communicate. So I had my iPhone with me, and instead of typing in messages, I just got on All Up's voice chat on my phone. So I'm sitting there holding the phone up to my head while I'm watching All Up streaming, and I'm talking to him on Discord through my phone, and then hearing it come back across to me on the TV. It was weird. If you have Discord on your mobile phone and you can stream your TV or your PC to your TV, you can get some weird combinations going. It's rather entertaining. Alright, will and vitality, agility and vitality, vitality and agility. We'll go with the copper bauble. All roads lead back to Aldberg. Alright, back to Aldberg we go. Gussie is cooking food. I might just take a stable master's horse back to Aldberg.
I am afraid of what is happening.
Yay! That means I can finish off the rest of this chips and sandwich. I gained another point of war street trait. That's kind of nice. Mrs. Mustafa was kind enough to quarter my sandwich into little pieces so I could actually eat it while streaming on camera for you guys.
How thoughtful.
She's a good woman. In fact, she usually cuts my sandwiches in half diagonally for me. And it's been a couple of months, but I don't know. We were having a discussion about something one afternoon, and she was like making lunch, and I said or did something that she wasn't happy with. And I was laughing because I knew it, because she brought me my sandwich uncut. And I was like, look, you don't have to get all upset about it. I noticed you didn't cut my sandwich in half. And she was like, yeah, you're darn right I didn't. You can cut your own sandwich in half. That's how she gets back at me for stuff. She makes me cut my own sandwich. That's when I can tell she's mad.
Take care, Elder. Good night.
Yeah, Elder James, come by anytime. If I don't see you before next week, we'll see you next Friday.
When you're saying little pieces, I was thinking in my head that way, you know, the poison isn't as noticeable when they're being given to you in small doses.
Well, you don't want a big floppy sandwich that you have to two-hand, so... Nor do you want the bread to fall away and end up with a chest full of chicken salad while you're on camera. That would be uncouth. She managed to buy the world's worst bag of tortilla chips, literally. I think she stopped at one of the local fresh time markets. They're sort of like Whole Foods or one of those foo-foo grocery stores. And she bought these blue corn tortilla chips. And she was like, we've got chips and salsa if you want some. So before I passed out in front of Zoolander 2 earlier today, I was like, yeah, I have some chips and salsa and watch the movie. And I pour a bowl of salsa and I go to eat the chips. And the first one was just horribly stale. And I'm like, ugh, that's awful. Maybe it was just that chip. So I reach in and it's like, no, all of these chips are just god-awful and they taste stale and horrible. And I left them sitting out on the kitchen counter, mostly uneaten, and sealed up the bag, and I left the salsa out, the bowl that I had poured, and it was sitting on the counter. So when she gets home, she opens up the bag of corn chips and goes to try them. She's like, ugh, these are the sickest thing I've ever had. And she looked inside the bag, and I guess at the bottom of the bag there was just one giant clump of tortilla chips that had all gotten stuck together. So she's like, I'm taking these back. I'm like, all right, honey.
God.
If you need an excuse to go back to Fresh Time, you don't have to throw a fit. They'll be happy to see you return.
Shortage of things that need doing in the Eastfold.
Sometimes she buys things just as an excuse to go back. She's like, I have to buy this shirt that I don't like so I can return it tomorrow, and that'll give me an excuse to go back to the mall. Honey, you don't have to buy shirts you don't like. You can just go back to the mall. I don't care. So,
She's trying to cover up for all the boyfriends she meets there.
Yeah. Mrs. Mustafa made me chicken salad sandwich with garden salsa sun chips. It's all very tasty. And we are once again at maximum. You know, I would have hoped that would have... There's a travel skill. I don't know what I have to do to get the travel skill. Eastfold exploration's complete. My patience is up.
Well, it's going to be rep lock, so...
Yeah, I would think so.
The blah, blah, blah. The barter is somewhere here in town.
Not quite to Kindred yet.
If you go kind of westward, the barter shop are out here.
I will find the barterer and I will make them pay.
So return to Alberg. Kindred standing with the Erlingus.
Boo. I'm just an ally. Although it's a little awkward to move around this town, but it's also a great town to have a portal tie to because it is full service. They've got everything here, including an auction house, I believe. I know they've got everything else. It's all in the back part of town.
They got, there's at least 2 buildings with auction houses. It's kind of awkward that the crafting station is all the way in the back. But that's where they have everything in the crafting station, basically.
Everything except guild masters?
No, the guild masters are in the crafting hall. There's separate rooms in the guild halls that lead to the various things.
Well, that really is full service, though. There aren't too many places in Middle-earth that actually have the guild masters.
Yeah.
Forge and Relic Master is somebody I need to talk to.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Cunning Attack Bleed. Rohirrim Skill Direct Damage. don't know if I've got anything for the vault or not. I'll try it and see.
And there's also a Return to Helm's Deep that requires the kindred with Helmingus.
That can also be useful. Well, it looks like my woodworker scrolls I've been offloading into my vault. Hey, I can get the Lotro store in an in-game browser.
Yep.
That's a happy thing.
So they did make the option for people that prefer it the other way to you can open up the store out of, in and out of a browser.
Well, I know the Mac client still has to open it in a separate browser window.
Mm-hmm. So I guess technically that could be nice for streamers who want to open up out of game if they're doing some purchase that requires, they don't want people to see certain information.
True. I don't see a whole lot I can offload here.
Most of the things from these rep barters are kind of expensive.
Okay, so now for the real question, do I have anything here that I want to put away? Emeralds. Where the hell did I get a light hide?
Probably that bear that I accidentally killed. Because I think it was like a level 1 bear technically. I mean, I didn't kill it. I don't know. I have no idea how that happened.
Was that the rabid one that you had to put down, even though you didn't want to?
Yes, yes. Most importantly, the Helmingus has a lot of the minstrel instruments.
Oh, and a matted skin. Yeah, neither of those are going into the pack. Alright, well at least we opened up one pack slot, so that's a small victory.
We travel swiftly. We will aid you as best we may.
Bauble of the Eastfold, not as good as what I'm wearing. Unkempt fur, useless. Tattered skin, useless. Copper necklace of Eastfold, useless. Rusty axe, useless. Eggs and onions, delicious. I can probably sell those anyway though. +3 mite food isn't real high on my priority list. Ring of Vitality and Agility. That's actually better than one of the rings I'm wearing, so let's actually equip that. Ring of the Liberator.
Oh, there's a building like down from where you are. It's a vault. There's another vault master down there.
Okay.
I've never seen that before. I've been in there.
It's an interesting town.
And people wake up to say bonjour, bonjour.
And these are better than Gandalf's favor, so I need to wear these earrings.
Can it be okay? I think he's playing. You playing Redline right now?
Yes, yes, I am.
Redline bird.
I think I'm traded for either red or yellow. Zinger normally plays blue or yellow.
Yep.
And I like coup de grace. It makes me happy.
Oh look, I have 15 points to spend in yellow. I guess I don't really often play in yellow.
Smooth. Yeah, you should look at it once in a while.
That's okay. When Olive gets to 105, maybe I'll look at it.
So never?
Yeah. You know, he's been playing. He's been playing with Mort, so at least he's been playing.
Bronze base bracelet of Edoras. That can come off. I'm getting some jewelry upgrades finally. Although if I'm wearing like standard loot drop jewelry, that just tells me I haven't done epic battles in a long time. Where is that sucker?
I don't know if there's any active tankers in the guild. Kin, but some of that level 90 stuff is pretty good, whether it be armor or jewelry. Because all of it is basically like, you know, for burglars it would be like agility, vitality, morale, and something else, I think.
Finesse and crit are both nice.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. That's the bracelet I was looking for. And I just picked the wrong bracelet off.
How's your stunning abilities in red? I want to know.
Spectacular. I can stun with stun dust. I can stun with riddle. I can stun with marbles. And I don't know, that's a lot of stunning there. In yellow line there's a group stun. Oh, and about 1 out of 20 attempts I can stun with throw stone. Doesn't happen very often though. Yeah, it's if you're counting on that one, you're probably about to die.
And with blue line, I got riddle. I have a skill called provoke, which for other lines doesn't really do much, but for blue line, if I use provoke followed by another skill, I can pretty much stun an enemy for a minute.
And I just accidentally sold something I don't think I wanted to. Minor class legacy, stealth level.
And I guess it's not really a stun. The exploit opening for any line, even if you're by yourself, you can still use it for a short stun. Hello, Johnzo.
Hey, John. Hi, Ed. Sorry. Oh, for the cap locks? Yeah, we won't boot you for that, bud. You're okay. So I think Blue Line should have about the same amount of crowd control as Red Line, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, I could trade more into red, and I could pick up stun dust, like, if I wanted. But yeah, about the same.
I use stun dust quite a bit just to be able to maneuver behind and get a little bit of placement damage. What's the word I'm looking for? Positional damage. Yeah, there you go. Positional damage for the win.
Yeah, but Blue Line's kind of a little hybrid of both. You know, it it kind of has, it does better damage in yellow, but not as much as red, and it kind of has some of the debuffing kind of stuff that yellow does. So it's kind of the middle of the road. Whereas red is all like boom boom, you're dead.
There we go. Alright, if I've accomplished nothing else, we have definitely done some inventory management tonight.
What, you made like 5 pack slots?
Mm-hmm. I've got almost a whole row available now. And crafting. Wow, that's a lot of pure Elorngius ore. It's a happy thing. And this is the 5th Tedment for quality Lotro streaming. Do you want to rattle them off for the viewers, Zinger?
Let's see, thou shalt fish. Thou shalt craft, as he's doing right now. Thou shalt do your daily tasks. I believe he has done some. Thou shalt eat on stream. And thou shalt... What am I forgetting?
Give you a hint.
Thou shalt put your thumb up.
No. Although hand gestures do seem to be very prevalent whenever I'm in All Ups chat.
Oh, thou shalt try to get a row of inventory management in there.
Just manage thy inventory. It's a good thing.
You can tell a good number of people still like Alberg as their hub. Good number of people in this room. Yeah, and like in particular, like this room is really nice because like, there's certain places where if you stand in the room, you can get like the benefit of like multiple crafting facilities at once.
Mm-hmm.
But pretty much anywhere you stand in the room, I think like you get the you're close enough that you can, do something at the bench and foraging, etc., without having to move around.
Yeah, I always liked the Harwick crafting hall too. You can get a lot done with very little movement in there.
And I mean, the Galtrap one is another popular choice.
Yep.
As is the Bree crafting hall.
Now for the real question, is there anything useful I can actually make? Signs say no.
Hey, at least you're not a woodworker.
That's true.
Now, you do have woodworking, I forgot.
Woodworking is pretty useless at level. I didn't realize I'd already had Anorian unlocked and was working on Master. I just need more
Nice.
poplar. Yeah, who knew?
Well, hopefully they have a, hopefully they finally give craftsmen some love and have a new tier in the new area.
If nothing else, you'd hope tailors would be able to craft lava-proof shoes. That should be useful traveling to Mount Doom.
Woodworkers will be even more useless. You can craft wood for Mordor. Woohoo! Might as well like be able to craft a balsa wood boat or something like that.
Well, Mrs. Mustafa should be delighted to see that I have managed to clear my plate.
Plate management completed.
It's a good thing.
Thou shalt cleanse thy plate. Cracking open this level 80 bucks. Loot box earring, run speed boost, and tome of agility 8.
Nice.
I mean, it'd be nice if I had agility 1 through 7.
You'll get there.
Or I'll get tired with it and just sell it on the auction house.
That
Well,
works
that's right.
too.
You're a stat tome collector, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'll give you a nice discount.
Thanks.
$189 is the cheapest right now, so $175 just for you.
That is fantastic. Okay, I actually need 2 high-grade ingots, so I have to go back to Prospector here. Alrighty. Now, here's another pro player tip for you, straight from our buddy Chromite Swiftpaw, who hasn't joined us tonight, at least to the best of my knowledge. What the heck am I doing? It says I still only have 1 high grade. Thought I just made more high grade. There we go. Okay, anyway, so Chromite's pro player tip. What I'm doing is basically creating the ingots that I need so that I can craft a crafted relic. if you're in a position like me where you've got a bunch of crafting materials, you're not really sure what to make, crunch these crafted relics at whatever tier you can. And if you end up not needing to use them on your weapons, what a lot of players will do, well, we'll go to this Fierce Sword relic. I'm going to go ahead and create one of these. Yay, I created a Fierce Sword relic. You can turn that into the guild for a crafted relic to use on your legendary items. But if you go to the Relic Master, I think refining. What am I looking for? Melding or refining? Probably refining.
What are you trying to do?
Crafted. This was Chromite's advice. If you want to build up your shards, symbol of battle, symbol of vitality. Well, I must have to unlock it, that's the problem. But you can melt these crafted symbols down to earn extra shards, and apparently the shard return is very good. So you can convert useless crafting material into crafted relics and then refine those down into shards to build up your shards. So if you're trying to make some special 10th level relics for your legendary items, that's just a good way to build up your shard count without having to spend a fortune crushing trash in the relic forging window. Is it 2 silver? Like if I'm doing this, this doesn't look like that big of a deal. It's like 2 silver, no big deal. But the problem is when you get down to like tier 7, every time you click that button it's 300 silver. When you get down to tier 9, it's a gold piece to click that button. So if you're crunching a lot of different relics, that adds up really fast when you're doing 7th, 8th, 9th level relics. You can get shards faster and cheaper just by creating and then crushing your crafted relics, and that's from Chromite Swiftpaw. So if you run into Chromite, tell him thanks for letting us know that. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for me tonight. I have to get up at a relatively decent hour tomorrow. We're going to a graduation party, and I've got to get to the bank to get a nice crisp $50 or $100 bill or something to stick in a grad card. So I want to thank Zinger and Hunzi and Elder James for hanging out with me in chat. Very cool. If you're still conscious, even though you have watched me stream, you can find me on my personal channel over at Big Ed Mustafa. Happy graduation. Yeah, actually an interesting story. One of my best friends since childhood, he was actually a groomsman at my wedding. His daughter, a couple of days before her high school graduation, got in a very serious car accident. An elderly gentleman had been volunteering at the state high school track and field meet, and on his way home had a heart attack while driving and plowed into her what is it? Ugly Chrysler car. PT Cruiser. Hit Stephanie's PT Cruiser doing about 50 miles an hour. And she had lacerations in her spleen and kidney and some broken bones and was fairly seriously banged up in the accident. Had to be hospitalized. Missed her graduation, but is recovering nicely. Was out last weekend going to some of her friends' graduation parties, and it's her graduation party tomorrow. So even though she missed graduation, we're all very excited for her. Glad she's out of the hospital and recovering nicely. and it's good to have a happy ending to a story like that. And the good news is, hopefully, her mom and dad will get her a non-Chrysler product to drive going forward. So, everybody, thanks for coming and hanging out. I wanted to also mention the Buddha Fist, who found me and followed. I also got followed by Totanium, which was very cool. And that might have been before the stream started, actually, so we'll go ahead and throw Totanium's follow up there. Thank you, Totanium and the Buddha Fist, for the follows. And you can catch me streaming Lotra on my personal channel throughout the week. And like I said, I do pop into a few other games. But honestly, as much as I love Lotro, this is typically what I just go ahead and play. And like I said, I've been having a lot of fun with the scavenger hunts. I'm taking my time and just kind of winding through them at my leisure. It does require a bit of a time commitment, especially as slowly as I'm doing them. But to me, it's nice just to be able to meander and go back through the world of Middle Earth and see what's what. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to take a quick peek out there and see if there's anybody we can go pop into and say hi. Let's check for Lotro streamers. I don't know these two, so I can't really host them. But somebody named Heaven's Last is streaming Lotro. I'll do shout-outs. We can do shout-outs.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of Lotro streams, though. But lately I've seen like a lot. There's been nights where you would look and there's like, 9 other people playing.
Lariana, did you just discover you weren't following? Welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. So I'm going to do shout-outs for... Lariana already got his shout-out earlier. Heaven's Last. Invalid Twitch username. Try again, Big Ed Mustafa. What'd I do? I mistyped Heavens because I'm a dumbass. All right, let's try that again. Shout out Heaven's Last. That's when I know it's time to get off, is when I'm starting to get punchy like that and mistyping the word heaven. There's also JJ Normandia 3, and we'll give JJ Normandia 3 a shout out here.
Yeah, maybe you misspelled it because you're so used to the other place far down below.
There we go. There's 2 other people who are streaming Lotro right now. I'm going to pop over and say hi and check out their streams and probably throw them a couple of follows. We do like to encourage new Lotro streamers whenever possible. I was a new Lotro streamer not that long ago. Judging from the way I stream, it would be very easy to think that I'm still a new Lotro streamer. But that's okay. And, a lot of the folks that stream Lotro now just got started a few months ago. If you have any interest in streaming at all, feel free to reach out to us. Most of the Lotro streamers that you meet are happy to help, give advice. Maiden of Rohan is really good with graphical overlays. Chromite Swiftpaw is really good at helping you kind of fine-tune OBS or XSplit to maximize the quality of your video stream. Eldolith is the mistress of Moobot. She's good at helping set up chat bots and automating that portion of your streaming. Lots of good, helpful people in the community, and the more people we have streaming Lotro, the better chance we have of maintaining a 24/7 presence and just showing off the game. We're kind of the marketing arm for Standing Stone right now. We're letting old... Go ahead.
You need to say something nice about Olip, though. What about Olip's stream? What does he bring to us?
Saltiness, mostly.
There we go.
Saltiness in a very strong comfort level with transvestitism. That's basically what Olip brings to the table. He doesn't just wear the red wig, he rocks the red wig, so his Maiden of Rohan impersonation would make Tyler Perry proud. So what the hell was I prattling on about before? We're the marketing arm for Standing Stone Games. We're reminding past players that the game's still out here. It's healthy. There's a strong player base, and there's new content being developed all the time, and it's pretty exciting. With Mordor coming out, it's about as exciting of a time to be playing Lotro as ever. That's the epic end game content. Not that the game's going to end, but that's, as far as the books go, Mordor was the end of the road. I'm excited to see what they've got planned for after Mordor. I'll do my pitch that should be the tagline for the game going forward. Lord of the Rings Online. The destruction of the One Ring was just the beginning. So hopefully that'll catch on. It probably won't, especially the dorky way I say it. But the other thing is there's people out there who love Tolkien, who love the books, who love the movies, and they don't even know that there's an MMO out there. So if we can keep Lord of the Rings Online's profile high on Twitch, get some YouTube videos out there, it just gives us a better chance of attracting more players to the game. That keeps the devs rolling in a little bit of coin, and that will help them maintain the game for a good long time. So stream Lotro. If you're not streaming Lotro but you're interested in streaming, reach out to somebody who is streaming, ask questions. Trust me, none of us want to be the only person streaming Lotro. The more the merrier, and it's a fun way to meet other players while you're gaming. Sometimes you meet Zinger, but other times you meet people who are fun to hang out with, so that's okay too. Anyway, there's a glitch. Twitch did that random unfollow thing. That happens, yeah. As a matter of fact, I had accidentally blocked Technical 13 at one point, and that was not ever intentional. Yeah, you have to be careful. Every once in a while, Twitch will just scramble some of your settings. You might unfollow somebody. You might do something like that. Anyway, so that's my pitch for streaming. I want to encourage Lariana to keep going. It just takes a... Zinger accidentally unfollowed me. Thanks for that, buddy. But,
it happens.
Yeah, sure. Lotro Ranger's going to stream soon. Then getting fiber 500, so that would be nice.
Yummy.
But yeah, try streaming sometime if you haven't. It's a lot of fun. And, if nothing else, just hanging out here on Twitch helps with the viewer count and keeps our profile up. And, every once in a while, streamers win stuff, or viewers win stuff. I've had Cordovan pop into All Up stream one night when I was watching All Up and just started dropping 500-point Lotro codes for everybody. I think he dropped 3 codes to whoever the 3 fastest people were to try entering them. So you can win points, you can win mounts, you can win titles, and it's a good time. You can learn stuff about the game, like getting a look at that Warden chart in Discord. But I went ahead and gave the shout-outs to the other streamers. I'm going to go check them out. Have a great night. Have a great weekend, and I will talk to you guys all again real soon. Going to count down silently from 10 and shut her down. So, good night, everybody.